Hey everybody, Rob here. We are playing the Singularity tonight. We are doing something different. We're not doing D&D. We're doing a newish system. It is called The Late Show. We have a very special guest GM for that tonight, my friend Cranky, who is the one that is sort of developing the system. So excited to do something a little different than we're used to doing here at Potato Place Gaming. As always, we are playing for extra life. We're playing games, helping kids, giving back, gaming on. There's a donation link down below. There you can get to our extra life page and then help those kids in need. So we do have some fun donations for today. For this special edition of the Singularity. It's a little similar, but a little different. So you can give actors, which would be us as the players, advantages or disadvantages. You can give the director, which would be our game master, advantages or disadvantages. You can increase or decrease our roll modifiers. If we're in a situational combat, you can max out our damage. That'd be really fun. Once per session, we can get special items for cinematic scenes, stuff that will increase and help us out throughout the whole movie. Um, and then a franchise staple. Now, you as the audience, there's an audience only section. There you can do similar things to what we can do for donations if we're donating to ourselves. But you can do automatic successes, automatic failures for either an actor or a director. You can give one of us bonus damage. You can give everybody bonus damage. You can give an actor a cinematic item for a scene, or you can give everybody a cinematic item for the scene. So this is, like I said, this is going to be a little different than what we've used to. It is sort of a playtest style game, so there could be hiccups, which is fine. That's what we're here for. So I'm excited to do this new adventure, and let's get to the game screen, and we can start introducing our lovely players. Hello, my lovely players. You guys are live.
Hello.
Uh,
Hi.
Now I'm going to take these glasses off because it's very hard to see with them on.
It looked great.
Uh-oh. Is that supposed to change, Cranky?
What?
What you typed in chat? The
Yeah, because the
audience.
audience should be cheaper than ours.
Okay.
That's all.
It's fine. Um, so we have our lovely gaming people tonight. Like I said, we have Cranky Coyote as our director.
Hello.
Um, Anything you want to say before we start this little adventure, director?
We have a wonderful film for you. Unfortunately, there are a couple of technical difficulties, as you mentioned earlier, a couple of actors that could not quite make it, but I think we're going to put on a great show regardless.
So I am going to be playing as Reese Callahan, who that's the actor. The actor Reese Callahan is going to be Nico Graves. Then we have Midnight Cheerios, who is playing Miriam Scott. The actor, the character will be Violet Williams. Thanks for joining us tonight, Miriam.
Thank you for having me.
Then we have the rough and tumble Hawkman, an intellectual, uh, playing as Roy Sadler. The character Richard Norris.
It is always a pleasure to be back.
Longtime player of different things that we've done here. And then we have Clueless Incorporated, who will be playing Jack Sullivan, the actor, the character Pierre Leroc. And I know he's having a little bit of technical difficulties. So as soon as he is good to go, I will let him say a little thing about whatever he wants to talk about. Does anybody have anything before we start this little adventure?
Donate.
I just posted in the other channel. I realized we didn't put it in over yet. I'm hoping we have fun, really. I mean, it's going to be an interesting show, to say the least. And the genres that were chosen, horror and creature feature, have a fun twist to this.
And while we're waiting for our technical difficulties to subside, Cranky, do you want to explain the game that we're playing tonight? Like the system and whatnot?
So, the system itself is called The Late Show. And the concept behind it is that instead of just playing off of a standard adventure module, you're actually playing actors who are taking on roles within a movie. Your actors will be moving from movie to movie, but the movie itself is the adventure, the theme, and the story. It changes consistently. As kind of mentioned earlier, we voted, and our theme for tonight is horror and creature feature. The system itself is a D10 roll under. They have a couple of stats that they can use and some talents that they can add to those stats, which allows them to build a modifier with it trying to roll under with the D10. Natural ones are automatic successes. Natural 10s are always automatic failures. Everything is to be cinematic, so expect a lot of over the top fun. Let's see. Can't connect to, well, you're not in here. Do you need me to reset it? Here, let me go ahead and bring up the title screen since you have a black screen right now. Just for that.
So yeah, the title of tonight's adventure is The Pearl.
Yeah, there's a whole introduction, which I guess I could go into right now. Anyway, and then we can pause and go from there. If you get into it. The old projector screen flickers to life. Dust motes swirling in the golden beam of light. The image begins to sharpen, the grainy picture vivid and jagged as it takes shape. Black waves crashing against jagged rocks under a pale moon. The waterline receding to reveal a shimmering beneath the surface, something moving. As it all fades, the title call burns into the screen, and you see what you see before us. The title screen. The Pearl. Now, once we've managed to get all of our actors on the stage, we will get going. I see him connecting.
Woohoo!
Give him time to load in. I did minimize as many mods as I could on this one, so there's very few actual running.
I think I'm here.
Woohoo!
Welcome.
As I introduced earlier, we have Clueless Incorporated, who is playing Jack Sullivan, the actor, who is playing as Pierre Larocque, the character.
Hello. I am clearly my internet clearly also list is me. To these festivities that can be found on Instagram
No,
You are breaking
Incorporated.
up really bad, buddy. I'm sorry.
your your connection's not good yet. Wait till you get stable. It seems this truly cursed film has spread beyond its medium. At least we have some chill horror music to listen to. I was so tempted
To run a.
You guys didn't pick slasher, but I was gonna put it in the theme as well anyway. We had a number of options. As part of the way the game is decided, when the game master basically decides they want to play as the director, you ask your players for a main genre and a subgenre. Now, you don't have to have all the genres, you use whatever you want, but we had quite a few. I don't have anything running either. We could run as 3. It'll be really thin though.
Well, we've already started the stream, so I think we kind of need to.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can bring in an emergency actors.
The damn B-listers.
Yeah, we're gonna have to call in the B-lister.
The understudies.
I'm gonna give it 2 minutes and then I'm gonna start with that one.
Sounds good.
While I do that, go ahead.
I was going to say while we're waiting, for those that don't know what Extra Life is, it is a charity for Children's Miracle Network. It is their gaming organization, essentially, where streamers, gamers play games to help raise funds for the different stuff that will help these different families and different kids for different illnesses, or even if it's just some entertainment value, because it is very hard and very expensive for those families, and so this is a way to help offset some of those costs.
It is a wonderful cause, of course.
How long ago was it that you were able to visit with some of the kids that have been helped?
Last year I went to, they had one of the annual conferences in Kansas City, so I was able to go to that, and it was actually about a year ago now. And so I got to, not only because they had tournaments and stuff, so I raised money while I was there. I got to meet some of the kids that Extra Life money has gone to for helping them with their different needs. I know other members of Potato Place Gaming have also went and met with some of those kids. It was just like a few weeks ago. Some of them were at like an event and actually saw somebody in our own community that the funds from Extra Life went to go help their kid. So that was really cool for them.
Nice.
F5 says, "Put me in, coach." Hold on. Let's see.
I think you're able to create a invite in the Convergence.
Let me see if I can do that. Invite to server.
Wait, which one did you invite?
Welcome. Welcome. Welcome.
Good evening.
You are in stream as you speak. Let me throw you in the channel, and then
Oh no,
I will put.
reverb.
Can you add him the role?
For the, oh yeah, I can add him in there real quick.
I need to be in
Yeah.
Foundry, right?
Yes. Hold on, I'll give
Okay.
you the link in the channel. Get this technical difficulties over real quick. We lost 3 members before we even began.
Yeah, it's a war of attrition.
The Pearl of Great Price.
It
Oh,
is a
no.
cursed movie.
Really bringing the horror vibes already. One by one, they all drop.
I know. We haven't even begun, and the actors have started mysteriously going missing.
Yeah.
Wait, what was it? Was it a John Wayne movie where people, like most of the cast, ended up with cancer?
Yes. From in the test sites.
Yeah, because they filmed it outside of, was it St. George, Utah? And the radioactive dust from the testing blew into
Yeah.
that area, and that's where they were doing all the filming.
Yep. And they were in there long enough to get affected by it.
Fun fact, I actually have a piece of the Manhattan Project above my head right now.
Nice.
Nice. The Conqueror. That was the movie.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Where should I be looking? Oh, okay.
Just tag
Okay,
you.
and
Yep, copy
we
that.
have 2 open roles currently. We have the safecracker, Pierre Leroc, and we have the hacker, Pierre St. Cloud.
I will be holding the role of my compatriot for the time being.
Okay. It will be Pierre Leroc, the
Okay.
safecracker.
You had a great
Welcome.
variety of names to choose from.
Right.
Well, it's
Uh,
it's no Lawrence Summers, but
So, Joltron 3030 will be playing as Jack Sullivan, who will be playing as Pierre Leroc.
that's right.
All right. Now that we have gotten that over with, you are on board and know as much information as they do now. Welcome.
Other than how to play the system, yes.
Oh, this is true. Yes, yes. So, very quickly, this is the late show. It is a custom system. The only really thing you need to know is that you are doing a D10 as the system. You're rolling lower is better on your sheet. If you go to the one that says skills,
Yep.
you'll see that it has a build, a dexterity, a brains, a look, and a fame. Those are basically that plus the talent is your modifier that you're rolling under.
I see.
And essentially, you apply the talent to anything that you think is relevant, and then I say yes, that's relevant or not. Basically, we just make a case. It's very improvisational. You're an actor. The only other thing that you would know is fame can be used in place of looks, brains, dexterity, or build, but your fame is currently pretty low, so as a washed up actor.
Understood.
All right, that should be enough to get us going. As I kind of mentioned, we start the scene of the movie from the point of view of a projector onto a large canvas screen. As we fade from the projector into the screen, the lights begin to change, and we move to a darkened room. The glow of a neon sign humming with life as Stanley's speakeasy comes to life, and we see the backroom meeting. Within this scene, the goal will be for Nico Graves to accept the job from Mr. Rowe. Nico Graves is the large portrait here, and Mr. Rowe is his contact.
So, what's the job you said, Ro?
He sits across from you, his hands folded into a small steeple as he looks at you unnervingly. It is simple. I just need for you to infiltrate this estate and collect the pearl. It's all here in the documents. He pushes over a manila folder, obviously well handled, slightly damp. You can tell his hands are rather sweaty as he looks at you.
What's so special about this pearl? And I open
Other
up
than
the
being-
I open up the folder and start reading the dossier.
As you do so, he says, other than being the world's largest pearl, nothing that can concern you. It will sell for easily 50 million on the market. But as you see, and he looks down to the folder before you, we are going to give you 10 times that if you can get it on the day asked. You sit here in Stanley's in the heart of Chicago on a cool Tuesday. You look through the dossier and you see that it is in an estate in the heart of Massachusetts. A private estate owned by some corporation that you've never heard of before. As you look over the details, you can tell this is going to be a hard job, and you're going to have to bring your finest crew. He looks at you, his eyes bugging slightly. Any ideas as who you'll bring?
Well, if we're breaking into a place, I gotta have somebody who can actually break into places, you know? So, I got this guy. One of the best safe crackers I've ever seen. Frenchman. LaRoque is what he goes by. Pierre LaRoque.
As you say this, the camera cuts out, fading away, and we fade into Pierre LaRoque.
May I cut in?
What is Pierre LaRoque doing in this moment? This is a flashback to some time in your life. So maybe you're meeting Graves, maybe you're doing the biggest job of your life. What's he doing?
Something unremarkable. He is definitely just chatting with Graves. Some alfresco cafe, blasting cigarettes, drinking a glass of wine, just trying to appear cool. It's not landing.
We just got a $20 donation from It's Claire Time. 4 items for Joltron.
Oh no.
Very nice.
An embarrassment of riches.
4 cinematic items?
I assume so. Let me look
Okay.
at the Keep continuing.
Yeah, no worries. So
Pierre
go ahead.
elaborates to his employer. Cracking a safe is like seducing a woman. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm gonna do it well.
The camera pauses for a moment before panning to Graves to see his reaction.
What do you mean you don't know what you're doing? You're renowned for cracking safes.
Well, it's not a science. I just intuit things.
Okay. So we can count on you for any jobs that we might need, right?
Oh, absolutely.
There's a silence that falls between the two of you momentarily before the waiter comes by and hands you a refill to your coffee.
Merci.
Thanks.
He nods to the both of you, and as he turns away, the camera follows him, and we pan out into the distance to see you once more sitting at the table across from Mr. Rell. Yes, I've always heard of him. He is one of the better.
Now, we need somebody who's going to be able to talk and, like, smooth over anything that we could need. Somebody who's easy to pick things out, you know? I know this woman, Violet Williams. Have you
He
ever
looks
heard
at
of
you,
her?
an eyebrow raised. I have not. Do elaborate.
Some of the
As we
biggest
pan
grifts
out.
I've ever seen.
Cutting to Violet Williams. What is she doing?
All right, so we see a shot of the Shanghai skyline as Violet is in a very, very nice business suit as she's sitting there and talking to a big board of Chinese businessmen saying, oh, it's simple. You just got to invest in, I don't know, I think that we could really revolutionize the way that payroll works in the system. I mean, I understand that we're untested and just a startup, but it really is just that simple. And then it flashes to a different boardroom where she's saying, like, yep, and so the medical industry will be, and then it flashes to a different boardroom, and she's saying that, and she's saying, it just, everybody always thinks that, delivery apps have just gotten so stale these days, and it flashes to a different boardroom. And it's just,
Keep
and
going.
I just really think that, I know that we're plucky and that we're undeserving, but I think that, you'll see big dividends and big returns. And and then it flashes to Monte Carlo, where she's on the casino floor, and she is sitting there with, playing a game of blackjack, sitting next to Nico. So I was just thinking that, you look like a man of means, and I don't know. The thing about wealthy men is you always want to double, maybe triple it, and I just think that this opportunity is when you really can't afford to pass up.
Yeah, couldn't pass it up ever. And Nico will slide you a business card.
Mm. Pleasure doing business with you.
Yeah, keep an eye out for that number. And, some good things might come of it.
And we cut out as we watch Violet Williams make her way back through the rest of the casino, ready to win some more money. We end up back once more across from Mr. Rowe in his very nice slick suit. He runs a very thick hand over his hair, greasing it back once more with the sweat from his palm. And he looks at you and says, yes, she could be useful. Who else do you have in mind?
Well, sometimes safes have a little bit more than just a needing to be cracked. Sometimes they need to be split wide open. I got a guy, Richard Norris, make some of the biggest booms you've ever seen.
He looks at you with a smile crossing his face as once more we pan out. What's Richard Norris doing?
Huh? scene opens up into Richard Norris laying the final connections on the demolition charges for a job that he's working on, taking down a building. Cuts to the outside, making the final countdowns, sets the plunger, building goes off, collapses within its own footprint. Well, after this happens, the police end up raiding the company offices because the business has been doing some shady dealings. So therefore, got now I'm laid off, not no job, and but due to my checkered past, it's real hard to find a job that pays above board, especially with the skills that I have. Well, thankfully, was able to run into Nico Graves, who was able to offer me a job on some contingencies.
Always got to have a contingency. Here, take this. It'll give you kind of a place to pick up if you ever think you're in need of a job. That's where you'll call. If I have anything open, you'll be notified there.
Roger that.
And when you talk to him, if you want to give me a way to get hold of you, just in case it's an emergency and I need something real fast, let him know.
Can do.
The two part ways on the street as Richard Doris walks off and Nico Graves walks off into the sunset once more before we find him once again seated at the side of this table with Mr. Rowe in the late April afternoon.
So, I mean, there's going to be a couple other guys, but those are going to be the main people that I need to contract and contact for this job.
He will once more grin with the same unnerving smile as he says, "Yes, this is perfect. I only ask that you take one of mine." And he taps on the manila folder again. As you look through it, you will find that there is a Vinnie Vincent, who is a getaway expert.
What kind of speed does he have for these getaways?
Still with the same grin on his face and the small movements of the mouth, he says, "He'll be your right in and your right off the island."
Sounds good, sounds good. Now, you said this was the world's largest pearl? Do you got some muscle
He
for me?
nods.
That way we can get this thing lifted up and get out of there?
He says, "That'll have to be on you. The only thing that matters is that you get that pearl out in 6 months' time. No later, no earlier."
Wait, not earlier?
He shakes his head as you say that, and then he says, "We've timed so that the fewest amount of people will be on the island. 6 months. That's all you have time to plan. Is
Nope.
this too much for you?" And he puts a hand on the manila.
No. I just thought if I could get it earlier, I could get it earlier. But if you're gonna give me 6 months, that's plenty time for me to come up with a good plan.
He nods as he leans back and steeples his hands together once more. "Well then, perfect, Mr. Graves. I appreciate your business."
And then I will give him a routing number. Now, customary, I need 10% up front for any expenses that I could have.
He nods. As before, our partnership is good. You know our money will be there, Mr. Graves. Do not question us.
It's not a fact of questioning, it's more of this is how it's done.
He'll nod again politely, but say nothing this time.
Now, it was very good to speak to you this evening. If anything comes up before the date in question, I need to know as soon as possible.
He nods and he says, if there's any complications, we'll be sure to let you know.
Nico will take the items that he needs to start planning out this mission, throw on it's kind of a longer, not really a duster, but it's a longer length jacket. 6 months. It'll be there.
Perfect. We will see you then. And he leans back once more, waiting for you to leave.
Yeah, I start walking out of the room. One of the extra phones that I carry with me, I dial a specific number. Hey, Toots. We got a job. I need you to put some stuff out on the board and get hold of these individuals for me. We're gonna need them.
As we pan away, we'll see scenes of phones being picked up, ringing, there's text being written, and before long, you see each of the individuals spoken to. LeBrock, Norris, Williams, Graves, and 2 others that you hadn't seen yet, Mr. Vincent Vinny and a Pierre St. Cloud, gathered within the depths as the Boston rain begins to patter. We will now move to scene 2. Oh shit, hold on. I also just realized you probably couldn't see the last one. But we fixed it. You're supposed to see these.
All good, brother.
So wait a second as you go into the Act 2. Act 1, Scene 2. Move over here. Let me configure the lighting for you. As we slowly begin to take vision on a large table in the center of an old, rusted warehouse. The Boston rain pattering against the roof in a regular rhythm. It's almost like a whisper along the walls. Graves stands outside the warehouse door, marked with only chipped red paint. Unit 47. He raps twice, waits. He hears a latch click from the inside, and he enters. The rest of the crew is already inside.
Lovely to see everybody here tonight. How's everybody doing? I hope you guys have had a moment to introduce yourselves to each other.
I'll pause real quick. As you guys get ready to get in character, if you check your journals, you should see gathered intel. And you should see something called the plan. Let me know if you guys do not see those.
Yeah, and I have it up on stream, so...
Perfect.
Yes, I see.
Each of you are going to come to this heist with a bit of information that you have that the others do not. So feel free to discuss, talk, and absorb a plan of some sort. What you see before you is only a suggestion, and it is a culmination of all the information that you have. I'm going to set a timer for 30 minutes. We will cut back into the scene. The only objective that you have here is agree on a plan.
The safe cracking is my je ne sais quoi. You know, you get me there, and I will do the rest. The question is, what we will do before and after.
Well, I mean, there's the safe, but there could be other things that I imagine you're able to break into as well. Not just safes, right?
Oh, we. I will feel my way through anything.
So, for those that aren't aware of what it is we are doing this evening, we have been contacted to get a certain item from these you know what we're doing. We're stealing shit. We are getting paid very well for this. And each of you will be getting a cut. Everybody's getting 50 mil for this. Minus, and of course, I'm taking care of any of the expenses that you may come up with on this job. Now, are there any questions before we begin?
I assume this isn't a smash and grab because, well, for one, you don't smash and grab in a state like this, and for two, why am I here otherwise?
Well, if we need somebody to make their way in and infiltrate, and somebody who's a good talker, you're one of the best around.
Okay, so what? Do I go in first? Do we have intel on the island itself?
Yes. If you check your gathered intel within the journal, Violet Williams, everybody has their own individual information that you know about the island. You guys have, at this point, this is probably 5.5 months into the actual time. You have about a half a month till you actually hit the job. There's been 5 months of intel gathering, a lot of working, a lot of snooping. The one thing I should probably give out is everybody needs to get to see this because he's not here to give it to you. Everybody should now also see St. Cloud's. That's all of the information he has for you. And then everything that you see on the board in front of you is also important in some way. But feel free to change anything you want as well. The plan is not set in stone.
So, we're going to be going after a large diamond. Or diamond pearl. I got distracted by the diamond group. Vinny over here is going to make sure that we get in and out. He has been contracted by our... I don't want to call him a handler, but the person who's paying us quite a pretty penny.
He smiles, smoking a big, large cigar, blow a huge puff in the air and says, I got you.
So, again, any initial questions before we figure out how we're going to get this fucking pearl out? As you can see on the board here, these are some of the individuals that we may need to be on the lookout while we are here.
So, who is this diamond group?
Pierre will pipe up and say, I found a couple of documents on them, but it's quite secretive. Essentially, he will outline that the Diamond Group is some sort of organization that dates much, much further back than any of them have been alive. He's seen records as early as 1600s. But he's found a Diamond Group Limited, he's found a Diamond Group Co., he's found a Diamond Group Securities, and a Diamond Group LLC. They seem to be not so original in their naming, but all of them were founded in the 1900s.
Okay.
Except for the Diamond Group Co., which was founded back in the 1600s.
We just got a donation. Let me look at that real quick, because that was a lot of words.
Drop this for midnight.
So, gonna drop this now for Midnight Cheerios. +2 to 1 stat, +1 to 2 stats, 5 auto successes, 5 auto failures, 5 advantages, 5 disadvantages, and 4 actor max damages. And lastly, 6 director disadvantages.
Holy cat!
They're gonna make sure you guys get through this.
Thank you, Rin, whoever
Thank
you
you.
are.
Enjoy.
Thanks, Rin.
We appreciate it. I will take those disadvantages in stride.
Take him to the face like a champ.
I'm gonna need that all in writing.
That's what I was gonna say.
I will.
I know I have 6 disadvantages.
I will post it in the Discord.
Thank you.
And then, yes, like I said, you each have a bit of intel in your journal and a little bit about your personal notes. Feel free to not follow the personal notes. They're just suggestions. But the intel is important. And you guys have 20 more minutes to decide on your plan. The main plan, which is written out in the plan, is the baseline idea,
Hawkman,
which
you beat
still
me
has
to
things
it.
that you have to decide.
So we know how we're getting on the island. Of course, we got Vinny over here. When we get to the island, there's some equipment that I know is going to be on there because of how our contact has let me know. There's going to be a dolly that's motorized, but it's very, very heavy. For anything that's going to be short distance, there's a quick winch that we can use. And there's potentially an extraction wheeled out so that we can get through like a servant's entrance or exit, or something of the like. Also,
There's
while
Mr.
oh, go ahead.
Eli Rourke. Yeah, there's a Mr. Eli Rourke who is a member of the kitchen staff. He's been taking a little off the top from some pantry deliveries. I wonder if we could maybe use that as leverage to get through one of those entrances.
I mean, that's always a possibility. You're the one who can talk to him the best. Maybe you can figure something out from him.
Mm-hmm.
We've still got about 3 months. Is that what you said, Cranky?
Yeah. No, you guys got about half a month.
About half
so you got
a
about
month.
15, 30 days. You do have time to complete any blackmailing you want to do.
Okay.
You guys have already set everything in place. It's just an idea of who are you going to touch on.
So that might be a good one for you to try to figure out what kind of what he's been lifting, in any way that we could use that information to help us get in and out of this service.
Everybody's just fervently reading real quick and looking
That's
through
exactly what
everything.
I'm doing.
Yeah, no worries. You
I
guys
am
just
reviewing my
describe.
documents. Oh.
Yeah, no worries. As you guys are doing that as the director, I'll quickly go over a couple of things for the crowd here. Here in the center, we have the notables that they know are going to be on the estates, and this will also help everybody as well. You guys have determined that the current owner of the private estate on the island is one Dr. Evelyn Mercer. She's a historian and a preservationist. You have found out through St. Cloud's hacking of the server itself something about a diamond group, which led to the investigation of the numerous documents revealing their many holdings. It is a strange and secretive group, to say the least. There's also Victor Haynes, who is head of security on the island. He's believed to be a member of the Diamond Group. Then there is Catherine Devereaux, who is the lead librarian, or head librarian. And she is an archivist and an arcanist. There is much to say about her, but little was to be found. Then, as you've already correctly pointed out, there is one Eli Rourke. He is a member of the kitchen staff. Violet has discerned that he has a lead that could be used to blackmail him, a vice of sort. Then there is one Sarah Whitlock. She is part of the housekeeping staff. There may be something with her. Teresa Calloway is another member of the kitchen staff. Then we have a Lydia Marsh, who is a member of the housekeeping as well. She has another lead that I believe Violet Williams has on her. Then there is Malcolm Kerr, who is the groundskeeper. There's some information on him to be discerned. We have Anna Lee, the head secretary. And Arthur Lynn. The assistant to Catherine. Sorry. I got lost in my own notes for a moment. It's quite a bit. Then we have Peter Duncan on the bottom left here. He's the estate's electrician. He is not actually on the main payroll. Then we have Olivia Warren, another housemaid, but in pecking order, she is below Lydia Marsh. Then we have Thomas Heller, who is actually the head butler of the estate. There is ties that can be found between him and Victor Haynes. Then there is Ami Pierce, who is a local historian and a supplier to the island. He manages logistics and a couple of other things to be noted. Then you have Isaac Montgomery. He is the captain of security. And we have Gerald Locke, maintenance supervisor, an outdoor enthusiast. And some more background information. The estate lies on a small island in the Quabbin Reserve, the flooded valley within Massachusetts. How are we feeling, crew? We have anything to add? Any information you want to share with the class?
So, that Pierce fella, he might know of some of the older pathways, some of the hidden trails that are there on the island. Maybe he knows a way for us to, get in there without being seen, without rising any suspicion. And then a question for you, Director.
Mhm.
The date that we are breaking in, is it going to
Yes.
be the third Saturday?
I believe it is.
I figured it was, since, you wouldn't have told me this otherwise.
Let me double check. It's supposed to be on the 6th. Actually, it's on a Monday.
Oh, good.
Sorry. You will know that the date specifically is October 6th, and the year that you guys are in is 2025.
So I'm not as worried about the sundown protocol then. This Victor Haynes fella, he, do you know anything about him with your past there, Norris? He's a military guy too.
Mm, I don't think I remember hearing that name before.
He does not. Well, how do we feel about the current plan then? To describe what it is, you actually have a couple of options here. You guys know that you are going to be dropped off by Vinnie Vincent. He is going to drop you off at either the delivery dock during an unused hours, or slightly north of that at an old unused dock, which some of you know is the entrance to an old smuggler tunnel. Deciding whether or not you use that route will change the time that it takes you to get there, and of course the patrol route. But otherwise, you can go to the west entrance. You could take an east entrance. You could try and do a south entrance. You guys could go in the front gate. There's a couple of options when it comes to the approach. I believe there was 5 options.
I mean, personally, I would love to just blow things up. Just get in there.
Yeah, here's
But-
the thing.
But
We
my
can
my
blow-
logical thing says we should probably sneak in a little better. So I'm thinking maybe hit up that northern route.
Okay. Have we any other questions? Any other thoughts so far as the crew sits around? Everybody's sifting through their documents. People are glaring at the page, occasionally staring at the table that has all the maps pinned, all the aerial drone shots, all the various pinnings and markings. You have a little bit of a layout of the upcoming estate.
I have had a frog in my throat. I will sound different for the next subsequent hours.
So we got Alpha back, and our new friend is going to be taking St. Cloud's position, Cranky.
Ah, welcome. That's even better. Give me 1 second. I will add you as a user. That actually bumps up the count. One
Oh, I
second.
just had him go on to Nowhere's account.
Oh, okay, yeah, that works. May return. That actually makes it even simpler. Canonically, you are now the actual Frenchman. Here, Le Roc was a mock Frenchman.
I do not know what you mean by mock.
Welcome back.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Glad to have you. Take some time to quickly look through your journal for the information that LaRoque knows, and then they're on the planning stage. To clarify, if you guys look at the plan, the approach has 5 options. The path for infiltration has 2 options, but really it's just set up that way. That's not actually 2 options. You can change it. Everything is subject to change.
If we are needing to change, we have already failed in the plan.
Yeah. You know what they say? No plan survives first contact with the enemy.
None of your plans, perhaps.
So right now, the way that we'd have this set up, we could do me, LaRock, Williams. We go in, take any known hazards out, sweep what we need to sweep for anything that we can do. St. Cloud and Norris over here, they could make a distraction. If you really wanted to blow something up, that's your chance to blow something up.
This is
Is
true.
there really the need to be so loud?
I mean, it could work as a way, but would also be very, very inconvenient if you guys got caught. But you could disrupt those sensor nodes. You could go to the Grand Library. There is potentially some fun stuff in there that, if you're able to abscond with, you can make another easy $50,000.
That'd be some decent pocket change.
You get too carried away, though. 50K is nothing compared to 50 mil.
Correct.
Be a couple extra minutes because Heathen just got here.
All good.
I mean, I am already well familiar with the plan. He is clearly unfamiliar with the plan.
We could also just go in being quote-unquote maintenance people. The thing with that is we need to make sure that anybody who actually knows who the maintenance people are taken care of, either persuaded or otherwise. I would like to do the persuasive route because I really don't want any blood on my hands, unless it's necessary.
We're thieves, not murderers. I can get you care of the persuasive angle. You can just go in and, I don't know, fix something in the kitchen. The dishwasher's down. The dishwasher's always down. I can use the leverage that I have on our friend in the kitchen here, and then we will, I don't know, he vouches for us. I don't know, maybe even breaks the damn dishwasher. I don't care. And then we're in. I mean, we can't really fake a delivery if we're going late at night. So
Yes, but 5 people to fix a dishwasher seems a bit excessive.
yeah. We only need a couple to open the door.
True. If you get 2 people in, at least, that's doable.
I mean, once we get in there, we're gonna have to switch around who's doing what anyway. We all can't be in the same spot because we need to get all these security things done. We need to make sure we're not seen. We need to make sure that any scanners are taken care of. Any looping that needs to be done for security. So once we get in there, we're maintenance. We're gonna go try to maintain any of the other stuff that we have. Which is very plausible on a Monday morning, you know, or Monday evening. On a Monday.
All right. All right.
So once we get where we need to go, once we abscond with this pearl that we're supposed to be taking, we'll be going to the South Dock. That's where Vinny's gonna meet us at to fly us out of here, or boat us out of here.
Once more, he finger guns you as he looks up. Oh yeah. I got it. Blows another big chunk of smoke. Was not smoking his cigar. Okay, so it sounds like you guys wish to just go with the front door plan.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so we have as a crew chose the front gate gambit, disguise and deception. You're going to choose as maintenance workers.
Yep.
Okay. St. Cloud will begin manufacturing the ID and forged documents that you guys will need. He will put in, but I think it'll actually go ahead and be Violet who gets the uniforms. Grifting the company themselves for a set. And then, other than that, you guys will mostly have your approach decided. Are you going to go with the same split? Except now it'll be Graves and LaRock, or Graves and Williams?
Probably Graves and LaRock.
And then Williams and Norris?
Yeah.
Okay.
I swear I have given up on correcting you. It is LaRoque.
LaRock.
You're right. You're right. I will direct better.
Talking about Alcatraz?
I will not direct better.
Well, then there we go. We have a plan decided. We will move forward. Let me pause this, and we will go to... So many timers. Get rid of the other one, too. You are approaching the Quabbin Reserve, slowly driving down the old dirt road. It is nearing the middle of the evening. There is a slight fog that clings to the road here, even in the late evening like this. This is your last opportunity to change your approach.
You say last opportunity. We have decided. It is too late, as they say, to change now. We cannot come in through these smuggler tunnels in our outfits.
I mean, we could, but we're not going to.
Okay. You guys slowly drive along the old road. You park at what is a small circle turnabout. There's a lone white building with a small rounded top. You see Vinnie Vincent kind of walk out of the building. He has a cigar in his hand. He says, so it is time.
God, there's a lot of Frenchmen in this group. Vinny
That's
sounded
just
very
because we have been doing it for a while.
It's time.
He heads from the building down to the boat, leading you guys to a small speedboat. It's unmarked, it's white, and it's basically got just the supplies you need to reach the island. As everybody piles in and you begin to make your way across the reservoir's water, the light rain begins to pick up, and the fog seems to intensify.
This will be good for
Vinny
getting in and out.
Vinny, over the sound of the motorboat and the splashing water, says, "Your supplies are already in the woods."
Fog might be good for getting in and out, but it's ominous as hell, though.
Our employer has airdropped them to the west. It'll be in the location agreed.
Merci. Thanks.
He nods.
It is just merci. You do not need to put so much emphasis on it.
I leave it at that.
As you guys approach the docks, someone give me a fame roll. We're going to decide if there's someone standing on the dock or not.
You know what?
I'll do that.
Go for it.
Okay. Let's see here. I don't actually roll in the founder. I just roll a d6.
So
roll a
I roll
d10 on the bottom.
a d10 on the bottom. Cool.
Yep. And then you got a 3, which is definitely under your fame, so you succeed.
Mm-hmm.
As we approach the docks, you will just catch a glimpse of the latest patrol making their way off the dock into the wooded side. You guys know that you have about 5 minutes till the next sweep. Then he pulls up quickly and he says, "Go, go, go. And if you're late, I ain't waiting for no more ghosts."
Yeah.
Ghosts?
You have to talk about ghosts and weather like this.
He smiles.
I don't
as you guys-
understand why you are afraid. It is figure of speech, but we go.
He smiles as you guys banter and then make your way up off of the boat onto the dock and quickly hustle down the path. You're already in the maintenance suits, and so you begin to walk your way down the trail towards the estate.
There is no token visibility in the scene.
I've added it. I'm changing it for the rest of them right now. As we move along the path, the first thing that you guys will note about the woods these days is that they are rather thick for the year. It's October and it's autumn, so they shouldn't be as thick as they currently are. The leaves have fallen and they are changing colors, but there's a lot of live underbrush. The trees haven't really dropped all of their leaves yet. It's a little late for them to be clinging so tightly. You will, thanks to your previous roll, be able to easily make it to the estates. The camera pans away from you as you walk down the path to cut back in as you're approaching the large front gate. There's a small guardhouse. You can see someone standing inside the house, and there's someone standing out front of the gate. They have a small disposable poncho on over their outfit, the rain spattering down onto them. They look unamused as they see you approaching down the gravel pathway. Who's
Did
leading?
well, did the gear that we got airdropped to us, did it include a poncho that we could be wearing right now as well?
Go ahead and give me a fame roll.
Oh shit. Nope.
It did not.
Yeah, I guess I'll probably be leading.
Okay. So you're
Uh,
approaching the gate. You're obviously getting wet by the rain. Like holding the hand over your head or something.
Yeah.
The guard lets you get pretty close before he says, "Hey,
Hey, how's it going? I pull out the little badge thing that I have.
he says, not as bad as you. Where's your coat?"
You
And he kind of
know,
leans forward to see the badge.
I wasn't expecting all this goddamn rain today.
He chuckles. You never know around here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
So they can break something already? I thought you guys were just here the other day.
I don't know. They just called us and told us they needed us to come out here. I imagine they'll tell us once we get inside.
He kind of nods and says, all right, one moment. Let me just call it in real quick. Your badge looks good. And he pulls a small walkie-talkie from his waist and kind of steps away to talk into it. There's a moment of tension as the conversation disperses, and he looks back to you and he says, all right, yeah, you're good. They said that the boiler in the bottom's still broken. They need you down there pronto.
Great. Come on, guys, let's go.
He looks over to the other guard, makes a motion. The guy inside hits a couple buttons, and you hear the gate begin to squeak open in the rain.
You don't happen to have an umbrella in there, do you?
They laugh and says, I ain't got nothing, man.
Damn. Well, thanks anyway. And
He watches the... Go ahead.
we'll start heading to the manor. My hand still covering, trying to block out as much of the rain as I can.
And watches the four of you shuttle forward, slowly getting drenched by the ever-increasing rain. You make your way down the very long gravel drive. It is in pretty disrepair once you get past the gates. Lots of overgrown ivy, lots of unmanicured bushes, until you suddenly emerge into a very manicured yard amongst a very dilapidated building. There are a number of guards you see walking along the route itself. There's somebody walking along the right side of the road. There's someone on the left side. He's over here by the bushes at this time. You guys will also very quickly clock a drone scattering along the side of the windows here before making its way around the corner of the building. By the time you get all the way down to the entrance of the building itself, you've clocked 4 guards and 3 drones.
And according to our intel, the drones go through by about every 15 minutes.
And it is what you see. Now, you guys make it to the building. Let me turn this down just a smidgen. You will knock on the door. Someone is already waiting for you after the first knock. They push it open very quickly and then hurry you in as you get out of the rain. It is one Thomas Heller. He looks at you with a very refined pose, staring down his nose as he says, oh, you have finally made it. I don't recognize you. Are you new?
Fairly. That's who they sent us. I don't know what happened to the other guys.
He kind of looks at you for a minute. Looks to the rest of you. And then says, very well then. Please follow me.
We follow. And as we walk through the where we're going, I just keep my eyes open for all the different rooms that are in here.
This is the first floor. You guys enter here. You walk from the pretty nice foyer. There is delicate furniture everywhere, draperies. There's portraits of very old men in the same uh, long flowing robe with numerous runings along the trimmings itself. And they all stand proud, one hand out, looking off into the distance as if they're standing, sort of Captain Morgan posed. There are lots and lots of gold and silver and ornate candle holders, numerous glass silverware and things like that, glassware. As you walk from the foyer into the massive opening staircase entrance, there are two large staircases that go up onto the second floor. He passes through the center, and you guys follow after him. He takes the first left into a set of large doors, which leads into a very long hallway. And as you walk down, you pass many, many, many photos before making it all the way to the end here, where there is a set of stairs that lead down. And you guys go down, it curves, comes back around, and as you come back down the second flight, there is a pretty normal wooden door that's a half ajar. He does not go all the way down the stairs, and he says, "There you go. Boiler's in there. You'll find Duncan inside."
Great. Thanks.
The four of you shuffle past down inside.
Yeah.
As you shuffle down inside, you guys enter here at the very top left of the blueprint. You find yourself in a very large storage room. There are numerous racks and boxes of what seems like spices and bottles and breads and other weird things. You work your way through. You're only a few steps in before you hear the voice of a exasperated man say, "Hi, are you there?"
Yeah,
Yes.
we're here.
"Perfect, I need a hand, quick!" And you can hear the rushing of steam start to take hold. You still don't see him, but you can tell he's somewhere up ahead.
I will rush up and meet the voice.
As you rush forward along the storage rooms, you'll turn one of the shelves and you'll see what looks to be a very large boiler, sort of almost falling apart. There's a very heavy-set man bent over all the way. His crack is visible as he has one hand leaning behind him, and he says, I need that screwdriver over there, the one that's flat." And he's pointing to what looks like a crate with a toolbox on it.
I rummage through it, grab the screwdriver, place it in his hand.
All right. Noah moves forward, quickly grabbing the driver, places it in the man's hand, and he very quickly jams it into what looks to be a bolt and twists. It isn't long before the hissing stops, and he sighs, "Oh, disaster averted." He turns around and he sighs again. He goes, "Oh, He looks at each of you, his eyes lingering on Vanessa for a moment. I mean, Violet, before he says, "You're new."
Yeah, girls
Yeah,
can be
we
mean
all
and simple
agree.
too.
He kind of looks sheepishly for a moment. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah. You guys here to fix it?
That's what they hired us to do.
All right, great. I'm gonna go on lunch then. It's all yours. And he kind of thumbs back at the boiler.
Anything we should know about it before we start digging in?
Yeah, you guys were here a couple days ago and said something about loose nuts and that there was a rattling that you couldn't find. I don't know what they're talking about. I never hear any rattling.
Enjoy your lunch.
He nods, already halfway around the corner, leaving the four of you here in the large storeroom alone.
None of us know how to fix a boiler, do we?
I've always
I
been
mean-
really good at fixing boilers.
Just for direction, this would be a brains roll, or you can use fame.
I'm not gonna try to fix a boiler. That's ridiculous.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean this fame? I mean, it is clearly something. It is a machine I speak to. And I speak to machines. Granted, they are a little bit more mechanical, but I assume this will tell me its secrets just as well. I was thinking the brains and the prop mastery, no?
I will allow. That is a 9. Oh,
That is a 9.
That is
You will
the
see.
9.
it is still success. So you guys will see as LaRoque presses forward, he seems to place a hand to his chin, examines it for a moment before he gets in real gentle like. How do you fix this boiler?
Well, you say fix the boiler, but really I am getting us some time. If I make this so that it becomes, how do we say, worse in a little bit, it will give us a reason to need to leave. I look around, there are not parts. There is just apparently, it is making the noises.
This is true.
Do we hear any of these noises that he was talking about?
Give me a brains. Anybody may roll. No, unfortunately, as you guys listen silently for a moment, the boiler is just humming along with a steady, vibrant hum, but not any rattling.
They're probably just trying to upsell him something.
As we are indeed. But why am I fixing this? Again, we are here for the job.
I was just
I-
fucking with you when I asked that question, just so you know.
Your sarcasm is very not apparent. You should work on the inflection.
Hey,
You of all people are the last person to be pointing fingers about inflection.
That's right.
okay, so we're here. Let's make sure that we since we have a little bit of private time, make sure that we have everything we need when we start exploring this place.
Do you give St. Cloud the signal?
Yes.
Okay. For the next 10 minutes, all cameras and motion sensors have been disabled. He can only give you 10 minutes from remotely. If you want to be doing it for any longer, he needs you, which, since he's not here, he's given you a USB to do it. He needs you to find the security room in order to permanently shut things down and give him control.
Okay.
But that may not be the safest option.
No, probably not. Security and everything.
So in that case, we are on the clock.
We are on the clock, yeah. We're on the clock, Larock.
And as you say that, you will hear a door open and a number of footsteps come rushing out. You guys freeze for a moment and you'll see 3 guards come rushing past you up the stairs.
They don't say anything to us.
They do not say anything to you.
No, they were in a hurry.
I think that is our cue.
100% that's our cue.
So you guys are going to then begin exploring.
Yeah.
Do you break into teams, or are you going to move as 4?
Let's break into teams.
Okay. You know the first floor. You know the second floor. I mean the basement. And technically you guys also have the layout of the second floor. These are the only floors that you are sure about. Is anybody exploring the basement, or are all 4 of you heading up first?
I would like to stay in the basement. I have a feeling there's a second sub level that might have something.
Yeah, Larock and I will stay in the basement, and then we'll send the other team up to start looking for stuff on the first floor.
Okay. So, as Norris and Williams begin to very carefully creep up the stairs towards the first floor, where do you two go in the basement?
Let me move myself
From where you're
in.
standing, you guys are in a very large storage area. You can see racks and racks of sacks of likely flour and grain. You see boxes of like onions. You see things hanging. You also see what looks probably be like napkins, cookware. This is a huge storage space. You can see here on your east a large archway, which leads into what looks to be a wine cellar, except the archway is closed with a iron gate. You know the guards came from this direction, but you don't see exactly where they came from, but you did hear a door.
Okay.
I would say that would be our best way to search. Do you not agree?
Oh, 100%. And Mr. Talk to Locks over here, you gonna pop that open for me?
And I'm here. I thought you were going to just make me actually fix the boiler.
I told you I was
I-
fucking with you.
And he looks back at you. And so am I.
Yeah, inflection.
All right, are you gonna make your way to the wine gate, or are you guys gonna go look for the security door?
Oh, I think the wine gate, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys will make your way over. You are at the gate. I just need a brains roll, and you can have a +2 because this is an old iron gate. That still beats your brains, so you succeed. It is but a second as you pull out the lockpick you keep in your jacket's breast pocket, and very quickly, click, the gate open. Doing so, you guys will be able to push it open with a slight creak, and you can see what looks to be a very vast and deep wine cellar.
Well, guess we start exploring, see if we can't find any hidden doors to try to get to where we need to go.
Okay. And then you agree, LaRoque?
I do look. I do. I
I do
do.
agree.
I do agree.
All right, so you two will begin searching the wine cellar as we cut back to Norris and Williams. You guys have managed to make your way up the stairs and down some of the hall. You have an option to try to go into the study that's here. This is the public studies. Or you can try and go into the ballroom. Or you can make your way further. Where would you like to go?
Sorry, you said where's the ballroom? Okay. And study rooms were these ones over here?
Those are the private studies, yes.
Oh, okay.
This is the public study over here.
Public study, ballroom, private study. All right. And is this where we came up at?
I could bring you back here just so that you guys can see the blueprint.
Yes, much better.
Absorb. Because you don't have the blueprint. You have 10 more seconds. All right, now where would you like to go?
I'm gonna go with probably the ballroom, unless you want to
No, that's
try
fine.
and find your chef in the kitchen.
Let's go for the ballroom first.
Okay. So you guys will be able to creep down the hallway. There will be nobody that intercepts you as you make it to the ballroom. As you creep up to the door and peer in, you will see a extravagantly large ballroom. There are numerous chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, with one very massive one in the center. There are, again, numerous paintings of old men in the same strange robe. You will also see a number of cabinets along the far back wall. The one thing that is odd about this room, though, is there is a huge chunk of it that is just walled off in the corner over here. As it's not a perfect square or a perfect rectangle in the way that you would imagine.
Well, having studied structural things, I'm definitely going to be going over that to look at it.
What's with all the get-ups?
Would you like to do a brains? Or
I
just ask him a
could.
question?
I could do a brains. I'm not very
Go ahead.
smart, but I could do a brains.
You could use a fame if you'd like, but brains is what it would be.
RD10.
I shall drink.
I clicked the wrong button and I'd never seen that interface before. Okay.
No worries.
Oh, come on. Oh, I'm not rolling on my screen. I don't know if I'm rolling on your guys'.
You are.
I am? Cool. I have no idea what I rolled.
You have failed 3 times.
Cool, lovely. I'm gonna
No
refresh
worries.
the server.
Yeah, no worries. There's a lot
Yeah.
going on.
Wow.
I noticed
rolled
if
really
you
bad.
I noticed if you open up your actor pan tab, it kind of freezes a little bit on that.
Lovely.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a bit of a mess. We're still working on it though. So you will take some time to note the similarity and the strangeness of their get-ups, but you're not going to be able to come up with anything. And Richard Norris, you said you're going to investigate the walls?
Yeah, this that little nook that's that notch of the room that's cut out.
Same deal. You can use a brains or a fame as you begin to explore and investigate.
I guess I will use a brains.
That is
Nice.
an automatic success. So as you're looking around, it is indeed quite strange, this weird corner of a room over here. You begin peering along the wall, looking for anything out of the ordinary. You kind of bump into one of the statues brushing along its arm, and you hear a click as the arm is a lever. The statue of one of the men sitting or half standing on what looks to be a barrel, once again making the same pose, and he's holding what should be something, but there's nothing in his hand. As you bump into that hand, it moves like a lever, and the wall begins to slowly click open, revealing the safe that you're supposed to crack.
Oh, what's new, Scooby-Doo? Nice work.
Do you do anything in the immediate after as you say that?
No, I just say that because the writer thought it was
No worries.
funny.
No worries. Okay. As you guys stand there for a moment, and she says, what's new, Scooby-Doo? Good work. But she goes, good what? And the floor gives for a second. You guys drop 6 inches. As you do, you hear and see a ton of light just flicker all throughout the ballroom. You are in the middle of a huge laser web.
Oh, fantastic.
We will
Well,
cut away from you for a moment as you guys perspire with tension, and we will cut back down to the two of you in the wine cellar. You guys are looking through the various old wines. You can give me a brains or fame as you search.
I will use my brains.
I will attempt to use my brains.
Both of you are close. But no cigar. As you sift
Nah,
through
Vinny's
the old
smoking them
bottles of
all.
wine, as you sift through the old bottles of wine, you do not find any secret levers or any tunnels. You do see an old door that is barricaded over here. It's got essentially a large wooden latch that you can just lift up out of the way, but it's barricaded from the inside. When you peer through the little window in the door, you can see what looks to be a outro tunnel. There's a lot of rain falling in there.
I mean, this could be a good way to get out, but we'd have to make a lot of noise to get all that stuff moved away, wouldn't we?
You
I
would
mean,
indeed.
it is an option, and it's going to be probably our best option, I would think. I mean, this has the least visibility.
That it does. Well, we gotta find the mark first. So let's keep looking around. Maybe another section here has something more useful for us for finding where we need to go.
Yes, perhaps we find that security room.
I would imagine that's up on the top floor.
I mean, then where did those guards come from? And I say we go check back where they came from.
Okay. We try to
Alright,
find
so you
a
two-
door that the guards came from.
Okay. You backpedal out of the wine cellar into the storage room where you know they came from somewhere. As you look to the left, there is indeed a door kind of situated back against the wall over there. It does not have a handle on this side.
Is there a key card scanner or something similar?
As you look around, you will indeed see what looks to be a little swipe card scanner to the left.
I believe that this is what the St. Cloud gave us this for, and I will wave the EMP disruptor that I pull out of my pocket
Nice.
to try to short circuit that lock.
Thank you for that donation, Juan.
What are you giving us, Empress? Nothing?
Director advantage.
Director advantage. Nice.
You dirty rat.
It's all right. I got a bunch of disadvantages as well.
Don't
All right.
don't forget, Violet, that you have some advantages too.
I do.
I
I
need a
just don't want to
brains
use
roll
them
from you,
all at
Larup.
first.
And you get a +2 because you're using an item.
Okay.
That will work. So you take the device and you use it exactly as St. Cloud has told you previously. He walked you through it a couple times. You set it up. You set it off. There is a slight crackle sound. Both of you guys feel the hair stand up on the back of your necks. And then the door goes with a hiss. It does not open.
Well, shit.
But I will say you get the feeling you could probably just pry it open now.
I guess we'll try prying this thing then.
Somebody give me a build.
After you, sir.
You struggle as you place your hands on the door, trying to get a grip. You get the slightest of grip on the edge and pull, and your hand just slips.
This thing's a slippery motherfucker. You don't.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back into the area where the toolbox was.
Mhm.
Is there like a crowbar or something that I can get a better oomph on it?
There absolutely would be a crowbar in the toolbox.
So let's grab that crowbar and I'm gonna try that one more time.
I will also remind you that with another actor helping you, you get a +1. So since you have an item, that would be a +2 with the actor +1, giving you a +3 to your build. If Laroque is going to help.
Yeah, we have a limited time to keep it moving.
God
All right, so
damn
the
it.
two of you struggle against it and just not quite there. We will cut back as you two are struggling against the door. You hear it grinding. It does partially open, but then we're going to cut to Norris and Williams. You two are standing in the center of a massive laser web. What do you do?
Is this laser web just on the floor, or is it like Mission Impossible laser web?
It is a grid of 5 layers. For you, it would come up all the way to your waist.
That's not ideal.
Yeah. I'm assuming I'm still pretty close to the statue. Can I reach over and push the arm back up into position?
Give me either a dexterity or a build.
All right. You are getting the build.
Oh, don't do it that way. That still doesn't work.
Yep, that's broken AF.
Yeah, sorry. Like I said, I had to adapt a system that wasn't for Late Show to do it.
Oh, that was almost a 1.
You have a 6, which means you do not succeed. We could say... Nope. I could give you stealth and infiltration even though you didn't use it.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't think it would count for that, personally, but...
Well, you're trying to be stealthy and infiltrate, and you've obviously triggered something, so this is your training kicking in.
Ah, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
So you immediately reach back out, hit the arm again. It quivers. There's a click, and it slowly ricochets back or ratchets back into position. The door closes on the bank vault, and after a few seconds, the lasers dissipate. You hear footsteps.
We gotta make ourselves scarce.
Yep. Let's go.
Where do you guys go?
Is there only one entrance exit?
There is only one entrance and exit area. There's like 3 doors, but they're all over here.
We just
There
go
are a
through.
number of cabinets and statues and all kinds of things along the wall. But essentially, you're in an open-aired ballroom.
Well, shit, I guess we're diving behind the statue or into a cabinet.
Into the cabinet we go. Where I go, you can find your own cabinet.
All right. I need either a fame or a dexterity from either of you.
I get
You can
stealth and
use your
infiltration.
stealth. Yes.
So that would give me a 7, correct?
Yep. So 7 or lower, and you succeed. That is a 10, an automatic failure.
Wah,
I'm going-
wah.
I'm gonna roll.
I think you succeed on both.
Mm-hmm. I do.
All right. So you manage to dive into the cabinet, and as you do, Norris is trying to get in behind you, and you kick him out, going, "Find your own cabinet. There's no space." And as you do, the doors close, and he hears somebody enter the room as you turn and look. There are 2 suited guardsmen. They have their guns drawn, and they just kind of stare at you blankly, confused. What do you say?
I was looking for the John. Got a little lost. Where can I go to the bathroom? I'm really busting.
You can give me a looks or a fame. As they both look to one another and then look to the third man.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be under fame.
The camera looks from them to you, to them, to you, to them, and they go, "Huh, I guess it was nothing." Yeah, sir. And they kind of motion for you to come towards them.
I make my way over there.
Right. Norris makes his way across the ballroom. Once you reach the 3 of them, they say, yeah, the bathroom's this way, sir. You didn't touch anything?"
No, I came in there. I had to really badly pee. Still really need to go. I haven't seen anything other than beautiful ballroom, but
They walk you out of the ballroom and down the hall, up the main hall, all the way to the end where there's a set of doors and bathrooms. They lead you to the male one, walk you in, wait a few minutes before leaving. We will cut back to Williams, cramped in the closet. You heard him muffled through the closet, and then you heard him walk away. It is now silent. What do you do?
Creak the closet door back open again.
The ballroom is empty.
Kind of like blank out, and I'm like, and I go. I'm gonna make my way actually towards the basement.
Okay. So you quickly make your way out of the ballroom and then back down the hall towards the basement.
Mhm.
We will cut back to the 2 of you struggling against the door as it just barely opens with a creak. And you look at one another, and then the door is pushed all the way open, and a guard is standing there in front of you going, "What are you doing?" He does not have a gun drawn. He looks very confused, but he's standing right there in front of you. You can clearly see that it's a hall of some sort. You don't see a room, but another hall.
right. Hey, we were told to give this to you, and I will hand him the EMP device, and then when I hand him that, I'm then immediately going to take the crowbar and smack him across the face.
Go ahead and roll
My
your
idea,
D10.
my hope is build plus prop mastery.
This will work. And very luckily, you just barely get it as he takes the item from you, looks down at it, and by the time he looks back up to you, he gets a crowbar across the face. Go ahead and give me a D6.
Nice.
Very nice. He will spin and then hit the ground. Completely out cold. There's a silence for a moment as the two of you realize what just happened. And then you hear footsteps behind you.
Well, shit. Let's drag him back in here.
Alright, so you guys,
And
or at least Nico moves forward. Go ahead.
I will assist. Yes.
Okay, so the two of you quickly grab the body and then drag him into the storeroom. And you get about halfway through the door when you look to what was coming around the corner, and there's William staring at you as you see them dragging a body, obviously unconscious, through a door.
I mean, he's not dead.
Nah, he's still breathing,
Welcome.
I think.
Yeah. Well, he is fine. He will just have what is the word? Concussed? Yes.
He'll have a fucking headache.
Okay.
Where's
I found the safe. He's been waylaid by some guards. They're watching him take a shit.
That's gross.
Yeah.
We're gonna go further back here and see if we can shut down all these cameras before we start trying to break into where we need to break into.
The safe is in the ballroom. It's underneath. It's by the. You trigger a statue hand, and it triggers into a laser web. Is there any way we can disable that from here too? That'd be really nice.
Hopefully this flash drive can do something for us. We got to get to the security room first. And I look down
As
at
you
the.
say that, go ahead.
I look down at the guy that we knocked out. Hopefully he can lead us there.
His radio crackles to life, and you hear, "Stan? Did you get my chips? Stan?"
Fuck, what'd he sound like?
Stan, you better not be messing with me again. I know you can hear me.
Say something.
I'm going to
What do you guys
pull, like, I imagine since, this is kind of my job, I have, like, a plastic baggie.
Okay.
And since he made the crack about you better not be messing with me, I'm going to just bring the radio up and then crinkle the plastic bag like it's a bag of chips.
They will be silent for a second, and then he will respond. All right, all right. I don't know what your problem is, man. But you better not forget them. You better not be eating them either. And then it goes silent.
Crunch, crunch. Okay. I'm going to take the radio from Stan and make sure I have it, and I'm going to put it low so only I'm able to hear it. It's not like super loud if like we're somewhere and we need to be quiet. Let's see if Stan here came from the security wing.
Why don't we search him, see if there's any sort of key card so we don't have to, play Lucy Lou with the door again.
These doors are fucking heavy. Did you know that, Williams?
What does Lestan have on him?
If you search his body, he has a handgun. He has a baton. He has a taser. He has a key card and a set of keys.
I will give Le key card and le keys away, and then I will take the taser for myself.
Understood. So now the three of you are standing at the entrance to this hallway. I presume you make your way in and begin looking for the security room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will
You find-
actually go back upstairs. If we cannot find it, I need to start with the safe as soon as possible.
Okay. So they will begin looking for the room.
Does
As he
Violet...
leaves,
You
I
will be
kind of
heading up.
Does-
I kind of call out to him. So you know, I think that a trigger alerts the guards.
Then you better be fast, no?
As he makes his way up the stairs and you two
Yeah,
rush down
we should
the
be
hall.
fast. Why would we not be
We
fast?
will cut to Norris, who is standing in the bathroom.
Oh no, I
What would
am
you be doing?
decorating that toilet.
Oh, you're actually using it. That makes sense. Okay, yeah. So you're
I
taking
mean,
the
I'm gonna
time.
be
It
honest.
is
Like, I
nice.
touched this thing. I touched this arm. These lasers showed up. I don't know.
He pooped a little bit after that happened.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Well, it's
So-
comfortable. There's a nice smell of potpourri in the air. There was a
It's
guy
potpourri
waiting for
now.
you when you enter. He is not making the greatest of noises as you just blow up the bathroom in there, but he's just standing there by the sink.
Is he watching me?
Well, no, because you're in a stall.
Oh, I throw the door open. Hey, any spare square?
He says, "Sir, please. Do you really need help?"
Well, I look over to the empty toilet paper holder, or the non-existent toilet paper holder, because you know these people are fancy.
Yeah.
Where's the toilet paper? I need to wipe my ass.
Yes, sir, right away. You see him turn around, grab something off of a shelf, and make his way over to you.
Do
He
you not
hands
know
you
how
a
to use
roll
the
of
three
toilet paper.
seashells?
Somebody got rid of the damn toilet paper and put these stupid seashells on the shelf.
Got him. All right, so you'll take some time in the bathroom. He will end up leaving as he's mostly disgusted by what you have done.
We're
And he is
disgusted
currently
just hearing
standing
it
outside.
too.
You'll spend some time in there before recovering. Where would you go?
Well, after I've finished doing my business, gonna make my way back down the hall. Stick my head into the ballroom.
LaRoque
And if-
will be in there by that point.
Okay. If LaRoque's in there, I ask him where everyone else is.
They are downstairs dealing with the security.
Okay.
He is currently studying the statues, trying to determine which one it is. And as you enter the ballroom to assist him, we will cut back down to Williams and Graves, who have made your way down the hall, opening various doors along the way carefully. You found a couple of supply closets, a couple of empty rooms, And then finally, at the very end of the hall, you open it up carefully and you see what looks to be another man sitting in a chair. He's kind of got his feet kicked up and he's deep in a hot dog, completely oblivious to you.
Deep in a hot dog, huh?
Deep in a hot dog.
Um,
I don't know how to take that.
does it look like it's a security office when we're like the quick
It
glance I
does.
get? Cool. Um,
I like kind of like hold up a hand really quick, and I like quickly signal for us to actually close the door really fast.
oh yeah.
Okay, you guys close
I
the
like
door. Carefully.
I like shoo him away really fast,
I walk
so
away.
you're like out of sight, and I knock on the door.
There's.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
I'm just. I actually don't know where I am. I think I took a wrong turn somewhere.
You're gonna hear some obviously startled movement from the other side, and then hold on. And he grumbles to his feet, kind of makes his way over the door. You could see he pushes across the little blind curtain that was blocking the window, sees you, stares,
A little too
replaces the
long.
blind, quickly opens the door, looks at you, blinks, and goes, you lost?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's my first day on the job, and they sent me to this island, and I actually don't really know. I don't know where I'm going. I need to make my way back to the basement, and the boiler or whatever. I'm sorry. I'm just really nervous.
Go
I
ahead and
don't.
give me a
Can you
looks.
help me?
He's looking you over right now.
Yes, he is. I bet he is. All right.
Critical success.
Yep, automatic success. So he looks you over for a moment. He goes, "What? Yeah." And he kind of peers his head out into the hallway and looks. He doesn't see anybody. He doesn't see Stan. He looks at you and he goes, "Well, yeah, come on in. I can help you."
Thank you so
You
much.
said you were. And he stops and goes, "Okay, what?"
I'm sorry. I'm really grateful.
Oh, thank you. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, come on in. Yeah. So you said you were lost. Now, how'd you get over here? Are you with the maintenance crew? And he's looking
Yeah, I am.
at you again.
I don't know. I just thought I
Okay,
heard
and
something. I was looking for some pipes just to see where the boiler was leading. We wanted to see if it like had a blocked line or something, and now
oh,
I'm
I know where
here.
that is. Yeah, hold on, hold on. Let me. And he kind of walks over to the table, hits a couple keys. All the screens go black for a moment. And he turns back and he says, "All right." And grabs a hot dog off the table that he was eating, shoves the rest of it in his mouth. He goes, "Oh, there's a way. I'll help you. No worries." As he swallows it back down, he turns to see if you're following.
Deep throating that
Yeah,
hot dog.
Violet kind of flinches for a second when as he shoves that hot dog down his mouth, and the camera like does this really gross pan on his mouth, and there's like a reaction shot of her being grossed out, and then
Oh yeah, it lingers way too long on him chewing. And then the two of you exit the security room and he walks you down the hall. Takes a little bit of time before he gets to the door and he kind of pushes it open carefully. It takes him a bit of effort to actually open it now that it's busted currently. And he's frustrated and goes, "What's wrong with this thing?" Gets it open. He goes, yes, after you, man."
oh, thank you so much.
You walk through into the storage room and he is now out of the hall. I assume that is when Graves rushes through.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, you will rush through the hall unimpeded, make it into the security room. Give me a brains +2 or a fame.
So -2 on the die.
No, it'll be a +2 for the modifier. Your overall modifier is what we're modifying, not the die roll.
Okay. Boom.
That's automatic success. So you take no time at all as you clack the keyboard. It comes to life. You look around. You see the port. You jam the USB in. and very quickly go down, activate it. As you do, everything is taken over by a green screen. You begin to hear what sounds like a waltz almost playing from the computer. And a little man comes across the screen with an accordion, and he's like, as all of the device begins to delete itself.
Fantastic.
You just kind of chuckle to yourself as the computer begins to error rather quickly. And you exit the security room.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you quickly make your way out of the hall. By the time you make it down to the storage room, I assume Violet has him eating out of her hand at the boiler room, or at the boiler itself. He's probably trying to fix it for you right now.
Yeah, I don't know where the rest of them went.
It's okay. I learned a little when I was with my dad. I could definitely help you with this.
Okay, do you want a screwdriver, like the flat one?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and he gets down and kind of starts futzing with it. When you look out the corner of your eyes and you see Nico,
I just give a slight nod and then position myself in a way that doesn't look like I just came from the security office. Even though he's probably not paying attention, I'm not taking that to chance.
right? And so then you saunter up to her.
Everything going okay over here?
Yeah, he's just helping me out. It says George. He's really nice.
He bumps his
He's
head as he hears your voice.
He's kind of my like dashing hero right now.
He turns and blushes. Yeah, I didn't know. Welcome back, I guess. You got this? He kind of looks at the boiler and looks back at you, giving you the look.
Yeah, really. Thank you so much.
How badly did he fuck this boiler up by trying to fix it?
I mean, you would know for sure, but you would assume he doesn't know what he's doing.
Cool.
But we'll pan away with the two of you kind of giving each other a look as we cut back to LaRoque and Norris in the ballroom. This is where Norris shows you which statue it is, and then you activate it.
I do.
As you do, the sound of a gate groaning and dragging is heard before the wall slides open, and you see the magnificent Mark IV before you.
I will begin my work.
Okay, go ahead and give me a brains. I assume you're going to use your prop mastery here.
Of course, I have my tools.
This 9s are brutal for you, but still work. So, very quickly, you're going to come to the actual understanding that this is not a Montrello Mark IV. This is a false fake. None of these mechanisms are even connected. You're futzing with it, you're fiddling with it, and you're not hearing any of the right sounds. You start messing with some of the dials, they spin too freely. Something's wrong. You can tell there is a lock here,
This
though.
was the theory. Yes, this was the theory. But this was indeed the thing. It was that this was more a door.
It is. I did manage to get what you said through all of the breaking up.
I'm glad somebody did.
You are indeed correct that your previous theory from all of the examinations and information you got told you that this was not the real vault, but some sort of a facade to the vault deeper below, likely. And so with your incredible skill, not only do you spot the fake so quickly, you're also able to pick it with ease. And there's a clattering as something falls from behind the vault, and you can tell that it is now open.
Voila.
From Norris's perspective, LaRoque looked at the vault, stepped forward, caressed it gently, and then you heard a clattering of metal from behind.
The fake Frenchman has now seduced the vault. Okay.
He's seducing all the locks there, buddy.
Understood.
If
As
it
long
is
as I
made
don't
to
see
keep
open the
him,
people
door.
out, it's made to be opened.
as long as I don't see him stick things into the locks, that's where I'm gonna draw the line.
I'm gonna give you a +1 for that because you read that off your sheet.
Yeah, I will.
It is fitting that you are scattered. So, LaRoque is going to open the door. At this point, it is going to be assumed that he signals everybody. Do you guys all return to the vault and then begin heading down as he does?
If the security guys walked away, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, the guy down there, he's already gone. He will kind of flustered, at least speak with Williams a little bit longer, realize he's not getting anywhere further, and now that you're here, he's likely not going to get anything, and so he leaves.
I mean, I imagine I'm way more handsome than he is.
He's good in his own right, but definitely a looks of two.
I'm probably once we all meet back up, I'm gonna maybe break off to set some remote charges for distraction, if need be later.
Okay. Give me. Go ahead.
Once we meet up, we would probably tell you about the barricaded room there by the boiler.
Mm.
And my thought would be we set up one set of charges there to blow that, and then we set up another set of charges over by the boiler, and when we leave, we blow the boiler up, and we can blame a lot of this on a faulty boiler.
Works for me.
And a security guard who
Who did
was,
tamper with it?
yeah.
Very
That
nice.
he
Okay.
did.
So if that is the plan, we will conclude this scene as you have done the objectives of finding the vault and either proceeding to gather the rest of the other extraneous loot or choosing to move forward, and you've chosen to move forward into the vault.
Cranky,
We are now
before
in
we
Act
move
2.
forward, do we need to take a little break at all?
We could do that if you'd like.
If anybody needs to get drinks or anything, let's take a 5 minute, and then we'll be right back with the rest of the Pearl.
As you're seen moving away from the film to the catering table and everybody's chatting amongst the actors.
Welcome back, everybody. We're in Act 2, Scene 5. Take it away, Cranky.
Yes, welcome back to the feature film The Pearl. As mentioned, we are taking back up from Act 2, Scene 5. They have just opened the vault and are beginning the descent. Is
creepy at all.
you slowly pry open the vault itself. There's a very large creak, and you can feel the light that comes from within. Graves is going to be the first to step forward out onto a very large metal platform. You can see what looks to be a very long and shifting staircase. The stairs seem to be moving. All of you can give me a brains as you step forward and see this.
Give me another 6, guys.
Yay.
Both Graves and Norris. The two of you see the stairs before you, and something about them is so unnerving. You will find yourselves unconsciously stepping back out into the ballroom. You will catch yourselves as you realize that you've already backed all the way out of the room, look at one another, and then step forward again. The other two of you are fine. It is unnerving, but you do see the stairs before you. I assume we descend?
Yeah, we'll descend. This is fucking weird,
As you
though.
take the first step, they react instantly, shifting under your weight, jerking with a hum as it begins to move almost as an escalator, dragging you forward without a single step.
This is fucking
Each of you
fancy.
cautiously place a foot onto the damp metal as it begins to slowly drag you further and further down. There's a creak and a clinking as grinding happens. As you progress further and further down, there are more portraits on these walls, but something is wrong about all of them. Their eyes are too small, their faces are bent in the wrong way. Something uncanny about each of them. As you pass down the fourth flight of stairs, slowly spinning and spinning, you will see in the center a very large statue of a winged angel holding what looks to be a brass jug with chains coming up out of it. You could choose to step out onto this pedestal, or you can continue down the stairs.
That is said to continue down.
Mm-hmm.
You guys may continue, as after this point, once passing the pedestal further and further down, you've been walking for at least 20 minutes now. As you continue to walk, another 20 minutes passes, and you see very clearly glowing upon the wall, as if lit by LED, is a massive runic symbol that none of you understand.
Do I understand it?
It is a foot wide and 2 feet tall on the wall. It glows and pulses as you pass. Something you will also notice as you continue down, every few stairs, there is a salt on the floor. It grinds beneath your boots as you begin to continually step quicker down the escalators. It's just not moving fast enough for you anymore.
Now, I'm not one for breaking into vaults typically, it's not my grift, but I've never heard of anything like this.
This place is real fucking freaky.
As you guys continue to discuss and banter. Oh, continue.
The quicker we get down, the quicker we can get out of here.
After what feels like an hour further, the metal spiral finally begins to level out, leaving you in a circular tower bottom with nothing but a single brass gate. No lock, no latch, no handle.
So no latch, no handle. Do I see hinges?
You do see hinges. It looks as if you could just push it open.
And I guess as I put on leg labs, it is time to get started, and I will push open the gate.
As you place your gloved hand upon the gate, it just simply creaks open. No effort needed. Okay, second. As you progress into the stone hall that follows behind the door, we are moving into Act 3, Scene 6, as you enter the Diamond Bunker. You should see a opaque map before you.
I don't see anything.
Negative.
Okay, hold on. Let me double check the lighting. Okay, fixed.
There we go.
You guys will progress down this long stone hall before it ends in a set of stairs leading down to what seems to be another stone room. Stepping down the stairs, you find yourselves here in this flat stone room everywhere except for, of course, the staircase. There are sconces, but no torches along the wall, and 4 very clear archways that you can see. These rooms over here that you can see to your west, your east, and to your south look to have pretty modern looking desks and chairs, what looks to be maybe CRT computers, numerous papers on it, and you can see along the back walls what looks to be windows into something. It's dark from here. This is just another hall that seems to lead further.
Nico's gonna go ahead and look and see what he sees it through these windows. The fuck are they doing windows down in the underground?
All right, you progress through the hall to the west, moving into what is obviously a very large, looks to be like an observation room almost. There's 3 main desks, a number of CRTs. You can see a number of papers scattered across. The chairs have been thrown out. You push past the desks to the obviously large window. As you get closer, you can tell that along the left side of this wall, etched into the window, is a doorway. There's no light on the other side of this window, so you can't see anything. Norris has made his way to the east room. Laroque has made his way to the tunnel. St. Cloud is not actually here. Miriam is kind of watching the 2 of you walk that way. She can't really see Laroque because of the stairs.
Did you say that there were papers on these desks?
I did.
What's written on these papers?
So it appears to be some sort of scientific documentation. I need a brains to really understand it, but you can clock a date, 1896.
Because he's looking at the ones over there. I'm looking at the ones over here.
You're going to do the same? Give me a brains
Yeah.
to understand. You clock a date over there, 2010. Double check your brains. There's a 3. Unfortunate. Both of you will be unable to understand most of what it is. The only things that you're going to get from it is it appears to be some sort of observation logs, but you're not as sure what it's talking about. It's too dense.
And like you said, I can't see anything throughout the window because it's too dark, right?
Correct. But there is to the left of you an etched doorway that looks like you could open to get into whatever's on the other side. The
That
same for you,
sounds
Norris.
fucking
As you
smart.
move forward, there's a door over here if you want to open it.
Okay, so it's too dark through here, too dark over there. Edge door, edge door.
Correct.
I'm gonna
You
make
guys
my
can
way.
regroup and press forward.
Yeah.
You do not see the pearl here, and it does not look necessarily like it would be kept here, but it might be.
I'm just gonna give this room a quick once over as well.
It looks to be the same as these, with the desks, chairs, computers, and a bunch of paperwork. The same windowed wall with an etched door. This one is just as dark, but when you walk in here, I need a brains. Was that what that one was from, or was
Yes.
that from you trying to look at the paperwork?
Well,
It was
whichever
gonna
way
be the
you feel
paperwork.
it, pull it.
I'll pull it for what I was going for. So as you step into the room, before you get to the paper, which was your intent, seeing as this has been the same as everything else, you look up and see what looks to be a switch on the wall. You had not seen it in any of the other rooms.
Does this switch appear to be a light switch or just?
It looks to be sort of like a lever switch, like the old junction boxes.
Okay. I'm gonna peek. I'm gonna come back out into the main room that everyone else is in. I'm like, hey, there's a lever on this wall that's not in any of the other rooms.
As for Laroc, as you made your way up to the edge here, you can clearly see two more large empty stone rooms. This one has what looks to be maybe a well or something in the center. And this one over here has a massive obelisk that touches the ceiling. It is etched with writing that you cannot make out from here.
I
As you
will
step-
approach the obelisk to take a closer look.
As you step through this room, you will first note that stepping into the room feels like the air just got 10 times heavier. And you definitely smell salt. Entering into the room, though, you press up closer to the obelisk. It is centered in the very center of this room. There are what looks to be chairs positioned around it very carefully. And as you examine the chairs on the obelisk, you will see the chairs are bolted down. There's some sort of stains on them. You cannot make out what the writing on the obelisk says.
We need to really keep just looking for what we're here for.
Thoroughly creeped out, he turns around and begins to leave the room. Does Norris flip the switch as he's come back in here?
I do not flip the switch unless someone has said, yeah, let's go ahead and flip the switch. But I'm going to continue to go look at the papers.
Okay. You can give me one more brains roll. Last opportunity to decipher the papers.
Nope.
Unfortunate.
Potato.
Once more, nothing but dense jargon and scientific nonsense. The only thing that you will get out of there is the date says 2023.
Okay, so 1800s, what, 2010s, and then 2023.
You said there was a switch in there?
Yeah, on the wall. I come in and I point at it.
You said it looked like
There is what?
a lever?
Yep, it looks like an old junction box switch.
It's really freaking dark in here, right?
Yes, it is.
I go
You can
ahead and
really only make out what you see right in front of you, and as you guys have kind of been like feeling around and seeing shapes and things, you can kind of make stuff out.
I'm gonna flip the switch.
Okay. As you flip the switch, there will be a burst of electricity from it. I need either a fame or a dexterity from you. And then
That's gonna be a dexterity because it is better than my fame.
Williams is standing in here.
Mhm.
You're going to see as the electricity goes on, numerous runes etched to life along the wall, and this whole place just becomes aglow with a light that doesn't seem to come from anywhere. The same for you guys in here. All of the lights kick on as the electricity shoots up the wall and into the stonework. All of a sudden, everything is bright everywhere. Um, Nico, you are actually going to take our first set of damage. 1 damage as the electrical spark burns you.
Yeah, look at me causing you damage.
Violet, do you still not have visibility?
No, I have visibility. That's
Okay,
fine.
just making sure.
Yep.
I just saw your thing in the Discord. That's why I asked.
I also
Yeah.
just looked now. Okay, had me panic for a moment. But okay, so as the lights come on and everybody can see, you're still walking back this way. The lights come on, you're gonna clearly see what is a body hanging over this well. It's really tall, is the best way to say what you see there. As for you guys who are still in this room, the moment all the lights come on, there is a loud banging, and you can see on this window here into what looks to be a hall, which cells that are separated by what looks to be gates. Inside of each of these cells are some sort of creatures darting around, slamming against the gates.
What the fuck are those?
They move on all fours. They hunched over. They could be humanoid. It could be dog. They're moving too quickly and too erratically within the cell to be sure. They are climbing the walls.
I just start backing the fuck up.
As you guys back up, you'll also note the same is happening over here, except this is more like what you would see if you had a massive set of flubber inside of each of these, and they're just slamming themselves against the what looks to be the gate, but they're not going through. Over here, there's only one cell, and there is what looks to be a little human sitting in it, turned away from you. They are not moving.
I'm not fucking going back in that room.
I'm gonna turn the switch off.
We still need the light.
Do you turn the switch off? As you go to do it, William says, but we need the light.
Yeah, but these things could break out, and then we're gonna have to deal with a lot more fucked up shit.
I mean, I think if they were going to break out, they would have already broken out.
They weren't doing nothing until you turn the light on.
Slamming themselves against the gates, but you see no signs of them getting through. At least not from here.
Yeah, because they didn't know anything was out here until we turned the lights on.
All right.
If we just continue on, they'll calm down.
You guys continue forward, making your way out of this main entry, up the hall. As you can see the obelisk and the chairs on the right over here. You can see here in the center is probably about 7 feet in diameter with a 2.5 foot high well of what looks to be very old stones. And hanging maybe 20 feet above it from some rusted iron chains is the corpse of a humanoid, stretched impossibly long.
What the fuck?
There is nothing else in this room.
It is. We just need to keep going.
I don't know, guys.
You You continue to press forward. This is another archway. As you pass through this archway, though, you will note that there are what seems to be brass beads hanging in a sheet from top to bottom through this tunnel. You cannot pass through without pressing through these brass beads.
I will still press through.
Doing so does not seem to trigger any sort of an alarm or any sort of trap or otherwise, but you press through. You're now into this room. In this room, there are 4 main light sources along the corners. They seem to be maybe 6 inches in diameter bulbs, and there's some sort of floating gas inside of them. They are emitting the light within this room.
Perhaps these were the sensor orbs that I spoke of?
They look to be like giant Tesla balls that you would see in a store, except there's not electricity in them. There's a swirling storm of gas.
They
Oh,
definitely
nice.
look like orbs.
And here you see a very large door about halfway down this hall with 3 steel beam latches that could be removed. There does not seem to be a window on the door. And again, to the
And
north is
to
another
the
hallway.
Perhaps not with the last touch of anything and to continue on.
You touch
Do you think
nothing and move forward.
our pearl might be behind that though? Or it could be another thing. I don't know. I mean, you'd think that either one would be. It'd have good reason to lock that up, right?
Yes, but there should be, I believe, numbered vaults. Let us mess with things we don't have to unlock first.
Okay.
You press into this space. It is a empty square stone room. The cobblestone here is different than all of the stone that you've passed through. You can tell that this is descending from this corner to here by at least 15 feet. It is a little difficult to walk. There is a
You
dampness
said
to the
different. In what
stone.
sense?
So everything previous has been like large flagstone to a degree. These are more like small cobbled bricks. And they aren't stone that you can tell.
Wait, these aren't stone?
They look like cobbled bricks, but they do not sound like stone as you walk across them, and they're not gray like all of the other stone around you.
I'm probably gonna regret this, but I bend down and I poke the bricks.
It's spongy.
That's what I thought it was gonna be. That's fucking gross.
I
You
will
guys continue
carefully
your
make
way
my way down.
As you get here, there is a door here. This room is empty, save for what you can clearly see are lockers along this wall. You can't see this wall yet, but there's lockers along this wall and a door. And above the door, it says containment and research.
You said there's lockers.
There are lockers.
What's in the lockers?
As you press forward into the room, you move over to the lockers and you throw open the first one. It appears to be a hazmat suit. When you walked by here, you could see into this main area as well. And there was more of those brass sheets of beads, but there was about 6 of them before you got to the end of this hall, so you couldn't really see into the room.
I'm guessing since that says containment, that's why there's suits here. And if the pearl's down that way, we really would need to put these suits on, I would think. But I see there's another way down. We want to try to go that way before we have to put on these suits.
Sounds like a plan to me.
I think so.
All right, so you guys double back quickly, head down through the brass sheets into the next room here. This room is also mostly entirely empty, except for there is yellow caution tape along the ground here. And as you can stand here and see in the very, very back, a shimmering white light.
I think
It
that
is hundreds of feet down the tunnel.
I think that is what we are here for.
I think so too.
Do you guys progress down the tunnel?
That's
Probably should set. Should we set up the winch?
Yeah.
Okay, so you begin setting up the winch and or the mobile platform.
Column A, column B.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody progress down the hall while you do this? Or do you wait until you do all that and then progress?
I will make sure that I tell my team to wait until we have this situated, just in case we need to get the hell out of here.
Okay. You guys will take 10 minutes to position all the winch together. It is collapsible, but it does take some time to get together. And then the rather heavy briefcase that somebody was dragging along is set down, and in another 10 minutes you have the motorized platform moving. It is a 4x4 large flat platform that's about a half a foot off the ground on massive rugged wheels. It is RC controlled. One of you have the receiver. It would be St. Cloud, but he's not here.
It'd probably be LaRock
Okay.
with the controller.
Does it drive in front or behind the party?
It is in front of.
Okay. And then you guys begin to walk down.
That is correct, boss.
We move to Act 3. I fix the light. We are now on Scene 7, the actual containment chamber. Sorry. Give it a second.
Containment breached. Containment breached.
As you guys begin to walk down this stone hall, it is quite long, and you have the hum and the whine of the wheels of the machine driving in front of you. You guys make it about halfway when you first feel the shudder. You make it a little bit further and you feel an even larger shudder. A little bit of dust falls from the ceiling, but so far so good. You guys get almost to the end of the hall. You can see the pearl when the floor collapses beneath you.
Motherfucker!
I mean, I was holding onto the mobile winch. Cable.
You guys fall, and you're in another flat, square room. There are bones everywhere. You can clearly see a very large archway and a hall that leads much further. There are bones in this room as well. Sitting here are 2 very large thrones.
What the? What in the fuck is this place?
And you guys, I'll eat 1 damage from the fall. So everybody's at 9, except for Norris, who is at 8. I mean, not Norris, Graves.
Yep.
Actually, at 6, but
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. I was thinking of the flat 10 HP.
I am at the 4.
This does hurt then, yes. You guys slowly climb to your feet as the hammer pans away from you. It moves down the hall and turns. You will see through the camera's angle what is a series of gates that looks to be a number of obstacles and locks as it pinholes through all of them to the actual pearl in the back of this room. It slowly winds all the way back to you climbing to your feet.
That is going to hurt in the morning.
Ah, we disappeared.
I get rid of St. Cloud, but really I get rid of all of you.
We're all dead.
Slowly climb your feet, or climb to your feet, work your way through this strange flagstone hall. The stonework here seems even older than any of that you've been in before. As you come up to the large thrones, you'll see they're made of bone, and they face the pearl, even at this distance.
Oh, sweet. Skulls for the Skull Throne.
I just want to get this pearl and get the fuck out of here.
You
At the
guys are
very
both-
least, with all this shit down here, they won't report it to the cops, I imagine.
That's what she says at this moment, as you
Yeah.
guys are pressing towards the gates. I just need 1 brains roll from Laroque to safe crack through the gates. With your prop mastery, you will be able to do so. It will take you a little bit longer than normal, as all of these locks are quite ancient and slightly rusted. Some of them, it looks like if you would have had the key, even then it would have been a struggle to get it open. But you guys slowly progress through a iron gate, then a bronze gate, then a copper gate, then a gold gate, and then finally a platinum gate before you find your guys' selves at the very end of all these halls before another set of brass curtains. Move everybody down. The curtains can still kind of be seen through. You can see the massive pearl sitting up top, what looks to be a pedestal of a bronze clam. There are numerous chains all around this thing. There is candles all around the room. There are the glowing symbols that you've seen all throughout, all around this room. There is a heavy scent of brine in the air, and the floor is inexplicably slimy, and you can hear water dripping from somewhere.
I hate to be the difficult one here, but how in the hell are we going to get this above ground?
Get that above ground. How are we gonna get ourselves above ground?
Oh, I mean, Norris had the winch, so I think that came down with us, didn't it? We could just... Somebody could climb up and remote us back up.
I guess.
This could be done. It would take you guys a little bit of effort,
I,
but you believe you could do that.
St. Cloud could probably just remote into it and pull us up too.
If you try to communicate with him, you will realize that your signal is not getting out of here.
I guess I'm climbing back up.
Okay, so Norris is
I
going to
would
turn
like
back.
to examine the pearl for any sort of trap.
All right, you will press through the brass curtains. The first one, you feel a little heavier. The second one, you feel hot. And by the time you press to the third one, you're sweating. As you progress closer to the pearl, you can see that there are hairline fractures all throughout it. The chains are worn and seem to be rusting at an incredible rate. All of the candles are almost burnt down. There are a number of white, but most of these are black candles.
But does it look like there's any traps or something? If I touch a chain, it's not going to, I don't know, say shock me?
Nope. The only thing you see outside of the chains, the candles, the runes, and the fractures is there's salt all over the floor in various circles, but you've stepped through most of them to get here.
Well, if we are going to move it, we're going to need the winch.
We'll also need that motorized cart, so I'm gonna head back, get that, bring that down, so we can get this over there, winch it up, cart it out.
Okay. This is going to take you guys some time. I need a build or a dexterity from Norris first to make sure you're able to get up and out. And then while you guys are down here, someone has to either use a brains or a fame.
Okay, so I will have to use a build. I don't know if you would count stealth and infiltration into this.
Not for this one. If you had stunt work, I would.
Okay.
Infiltration would be close, but it's not really an athletic thing. It's more of the mental.
Look at me making it.
Just barely making it. So you will be able to jump just enough to grab some of the debris of stone and then barely climb yourself up enough that you can start to muscle up out of the space. And as such, you will then be able to get things moving along. Who's doing
I'm gonna roll the fame. I'm gonna use my advantage.
Okay. All right, you will succeed. At some point while all of this is going on, you've kind of been looking around, waiting. Obviously, your nerves are a little on end. You see, only for the briefest of moment, what looks to be a lady in a maybe 1700s very large wide dress, big brim Sunday hat with a ribbon hanging off the edge. She's looking at you and she was wagging her finger no, but only for a brief second.
Now, is that something we all see, or is that just something that William sees?
Just her. Some time will pass as she registers and absorbs what she has seen or thinks she's seen. And then Norris will come back through, having got the winch and everything going and the cart moving down. You can hear the motorized platform making its way closer. What else is everybody doing?
I am removing the chains so that we can get this going as fast as possible.
Okay. You're going to use the crowbar you guys had from before?
As long as he didn't bury it in that guard's head.
Well, he kept it. You will be able to begin popping the chains. You'll get about half of them off. And then someone other than Williams gives me a brain.
I'll do it this time.
As you get about the halfway mark, Graves, you've been standing here watching things move along smoothly. You don't sure why, but you found yourself staring at the pearl, and you've now found yourself next to LaRoque, helping him very quickly remove the last of the chains. You're not really sure why you're over here, but you feel like it's the right thing to do. This will not seem out of the odd for anybody at this point, and you guys are quickly able to start removing the rest of the chains. As the last chain comes off, all of the candles blow out in a quick wind. There's a suction noise that each of you begin to hear. The area is very dark. What do you do?
The fuck is that noise? And I will pull out the taser.
Do you charge it?
Yes.
The flash of the blue light is just enough for all of you to see what looks to be some sort of green, maybe black liquid oozing from the cracks in the pearl.
The fuck is this?
The room is beginning to flood with this thick, slime-like substance.
We gotta move. We gotta go.
She backs away, slowly getting out of the main room. This room is about a half a foot lower than the hallway, so you have some time before it spills into this hall. What do you guys do?
This.
Well, if we got
This is not. It is not worth it. No pearl should do that. That is not a pearl.
He starts to turn to run away at this point.
$50 million.
I step forward.
As you do, the pearl continues to ooze, but the squishing sound has suddenly stopped. You're now ankle deep in the muck. You really want this pearl.
I take another step forward.
I'm going in here and I'm grabbing Graves.
Alright, you step into the muck as well. And rush forward to grab Graves. As you do so, give me a brains. Pretty sure you have a 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you step forward, you make it to him, you put a hand on his shoulder, and by the time you get there, you're also thinking how you can get this thing out onto the actual platform. You're pretty sure the motorized cart can make it through the sludge. You remember LaRoque has the controller now. She has managed to back her way out here. LaRoque has already turned to be in the moment of getting away from whatever is happening here in a sort of panic. How do you guys move next?
I kind of stop and look back and be like, are you coming or are you going?
Send the cart in here.
Bring the cart.
What?
Send it in here.
We have to go quick.
But, do it yourself, and I will chuck the remote to Norse.
Okay. As you do so, he will begin to take it instinctively and start to drive the cart forward. At that point, Graves is also going to move forward to get the winch that is on top of it, and the two of them are going to start busying themselves hooking the pearl to the winch. As they do, Williams, who is still standing here watching, and Pierre is fleeing at the moment, you will see the runes on the walls beginning to light bright and then fizzle out. As they do, the slime stops oozing from the pearl. Laurel, you'll be able to make your way all the way back here if you'd like, up to the thrones roughly by the next time something happens. Does Williams continue to watch in a panic, or does she turn to flee after with Pierre?
She's continuing to watch. She's kind of doing this thing where she's kind of like, she sees she's restless to go, but $50 million.
Right. She's torn between the job and what she sees.
Yeah.
Okay. So as that happens, as I said, Laurel, you're going to be able to make it all the way to the thrones, and as you do, it'll be about the time they get the pearl fully in the winch and kick it active. As they do, both of you are going to snap out at the same time as you hear the sudden...
Hear the sudden there is no token in this scene.
Damn it. I thought I turned that off. Do it for the rest of these. Only a couple left. Okay. As you hear the sudden shattering of glass, the pearl itself fracturing, the two of you snapping out as you see what looks to be a slimy, almost kelp-like tentacle starting to ooze up and out and over, followed by another seaweed slimy tentacle and another one until a bunch of them are slithering up and out, wildly going nuts, out of the pearl itself.
I mean, if we're snapped out of it, I get the fuck out of there.
Yep.
Turn that down. Hold on. As you two snap out of it, realize what's happening, you both turn and begin to run from the area. Williams, you're going to see them blow past you. You could now see what looks to be this emerging from the pearl itself. Numerous tendrils of seaweed, slime, and barnacle flailing all around as the faceless but face stares at you.
I would say I wouldn't blow
deep
past
in
her.
your
I would
soul.
make sure I grabbed her armed and dragged her with me.
All right, you grab her as she sees the entity. And then the two of you run by. Do you struggle or you allow yourself to be pulled?
I allow myself to be pulled, but I am kind of like just like staring at it and like.
It did pop up for everybody, right? Not
I
just
don't
me?
see anything.
I don't see anything.
Negative.
I'm
I
sorry.
see
There we
some
go.
There it is.
It's a thing.
It is vaguely humanoid shaped, but it does not have any humanoid features. The face that you see is nothing but lights that pricks and shifts along the top of its head, and its massive maw is basically gaping with seaweed and slime as fire rushes from it. But it's not fire, it's just green light. The thing throws itself out of the pearl, slams against the wall into the muck, and then begins to slowly make its way towards you as you guys all run out of the tunnel, down towards the thrones. How do you escape?
It is time to climb the winch rope.
He was always really bad at this in gym.
I need a build from anybody who's climbing the rope. Because there's a rope, you get a +2.
I'm gonna make my way all the way up.
It is time for me to. It's time for me
And I
to
was
try.
I was gonna help out everyone else getting their way up.
Okay?
Oh my gosh,
Morris
I'm
will
so
make
glad
his
it's a
way up
+2. I
and give
made
help.
it.
So everybody gets a +3 because you get Norris's help.
That
I think
still
LaRoche
unfortunately
still
leaves me
falls.
stuck in the hole.
So everybody has made it up and out, but you can see LaRoche is struggling to try to pull his own body weight up and out. At this point, the creature has made its way all the way down the hall and slams into the bone thrones and is making its way towards LaRoche. You can try again.
Clip it to yourself.
I would like to actually brains this one. So my idea, our winch is set up way above, and if I would use the winch itself to pull me out.
Technically,
Hopefully.
the winch is by the pearl. But
Why
the rope
would
is
we
still
move?
there.
The rope is still there. Why did we move the? Guys, we moved the winch.
Because they had to get it up and onto the platform.
That makes sense. Do I roll again?
You may.
Oh, thank God, the Jesus.
As you see the creature slurping and squelching its way down the hall closer and closer to you, in your panic, you find strength you had not before as you basically muscle your way up this rope back up onto the hall. You guys are now in the very long hall, roughly in the middle. Are you going to just rush back up and out?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. The camera pans up and out. It follows the group as they beat feet down the stone, through the hall, back through the terror of a place that you've been through, all the way up to the staircase. As you get to the staircase, the creature is already there. How do you get past it?
You have that taser, right, LaRock?
I do, and I just as I shock it with the taser.
Go ahead and give me either a dexterity or a build with
I will
prop
give you-
mastery.
I will give you dexterity.
Is anybody helping him?
Yeah, I would be helping him since I said something about it.
7 does meet it.
Okay. With the help of Graves rushing forward, trying to distract the creature, you sneak up behind. Well, not really sneak. You duck behind and around him, and then jam the taser at it as you rush forward. The creature is hit. It does not seem necessarily affected. Give me a d6. What do the rest of you do? We have Graves and LaRoche who have attacked at the creature, essentially. One attack and one help.
So it's above us on the staircase?
It is at the base of the staircase, essentially, and you guys have just come
Okay.
rushing up the hall.
Okay. Is the
You bring us
staircase still
back to that map?
descending?
I could take you back to the map, but you're going to leave it immediately.
Yeah. Is the staircase still like descending and going down?
It is,
Like an
yes.
escalator? Cool. I'm going to... Honestly, it's like a whirling mass of tentacles, right?
It looks like a mass of seaweed given life.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm gonna try to run straight through it.
Okay. You do not need to give me any roll as you blast through this creature, realizing it's not really there.
Okay.
The rest of you will see her barrel through it, and the image seems to not really flicker, but dissipate around her as you smell sea salt. You are now covered in a thick slime, but you made it through.
Oh, we see that. We probably follow her.
Yep.
You also barrel through it or around it.
I'm trying to barrel around it. I don't feel like getting slimy.
Give me a dexterity to avoid the creature for anybody who's avoiding the image.
I'm already slimed from the waist up, so I'm just gonna go through it.
Okay. So Graves and Williams are covered.
I went around it.
Both of you have managed to avoid it. I believe your dexterity is at least a 4.
Yeah,
It
mine's a
is a
4.
4.
Yeah, okay. Then you guys will manage to get around, and you all start to run up the staircase. As you get a flight or two up, you have enough time to glance back, and you'll see the creature approaching and seemingly swallowing itself as it continues to work its way up, not the stairs, but the centerpiece, throwing its slime up and then dragging itself up as you run faster and faster. Give me a build or a dexterity to see if you beat the creature to the top. Once again, you can always substitute fame.
I have indeed not beat the creature.
All right, what did you want?
A build or a dexterity.
Okay, you are getting a build.
For Pierre, because you did not beat the creature, I will reach you and I will make an attack. But I have a disadvantage to go through, so. I rolled a 6 and a 6, which is well below my build. Let's
I
see.
figured they would be.
And you did get the... Well, actually, technically, Graves is also definitely caught. I think Norris is also caught.
Yeah, I got a 6.
I think the only person who has it. Let's see if
haven't
Williams
rolled.
gets through.
Yeah, I'm rolling my dex and my build, or my build.
Yeah, Dex or build.
Cool.
You might get lucky, LaRogue. I might not attack you.
You
I
have
might
a-
actually have to.
You have
I'm gonna roll my advantage.
advantage still, yeah. Oh.
Yeah. I'm gonna roll real bad
Nice.
though. I technically have an auto.
You do
And
have an
auto
auto
to
success
take
too, yeah.
Would you like to use it?
You know what? Yeah.
All right, you will be able to get away. LaRoque, you are also actually going to get away because yours was lower than both Norris and Graves, who are both going to get hit. You both take 2 damage as the creature surges up the middle, slamming the both of you into the wall as you're unable to get away from it, and its entire mass just surges against you. Is anybody dead yet?
No, I'm close though.
I am injured.
All right, this is fine. As it surges against you, it is going to move past you up the thing. Part of it is going to essentially dismember from itself, and most of it is going to try to rush up after Williams, who's getting away along behind LaRoe. The rest of it is going to stay there to stop you two. How do you get past it?
Smack it with the crowbar.
Okay, so you're going to attack it again. Norris?
All I've got's hand to hand, so
And you just go in with him?
You don't have any other
Yeah.
explosives on you?
wow. I mean, technically,
Technically
I guess
hasn't
I might.
used any of them yet. Unless you
didn't
had him
know.
set up the one in the boiler room already.
I just wasn't sure what kind of explosives I would have had on me for this
What
job.
would you have on you?
I mean, for sure,
In the
demolition.
equipment list, it came shape charges. I know that much.
There's an equipment list.
Yes, there was. That's okay, though. Don't worry.
Where? I didn't see it.
So you're going to go in barehanded because you don't have any guns. You're going to go in with the crowbar?
Yeah.
Wait, do you have the crowbar?
Thought I did. Because...
LaRoe had it.
Oh,
Last.
fuck, I don't have the crowbar then.
Well, I would have. I used it just to beat the one guy, but I wouldn't have kept it.
Because I was using it to pry open the door.
You're helping him with the chain.
We'll say
Yeah.
that he dropped it when he was doing the chains and you picked it up. That's very feasible. So then you will attack him with the crowbar. Go ahead and give me either a build or a dexterity. And you can have a +1 for
That doesn't
Norris
matter.
coming in. Ooh, a 10. Yeah, that is unfortunate. So you're going to rush forward.
Oh, you did give
and
me
it's-
the... I mean, that wouldn't have mattered either. Because I rolled a 10. I have the
Yeah.
gun, too.
Mhm.
Yeah. 10 is an auto failure, though. So you're going to rush forward, and it is going to react by slapping you with part of itself to defend it. You're going to get knocked off balance and fall down the center.
Uh-oh.
The damage rolls, though, you only take 2.
I'm
I
dead.
think that still gets you.
I had
Okay,
one.
so you don't die. You actually go into a death scene, so we'll handle you in a second. As far as Norris goes, you go to rush forward. You see it slap Graves right off the edge. What do you do?
I will try and reach out and grab him before he falls.
Okay, so you would have tried to grab him.
Yeah.
You can give me a build, but if you fail, you're going with him.
Can that 6 that I rolled 42 seconds ago count?
No.
Okay. Can that 6
But
that I
that one
rolled
can.
2 seconds ago count?
Yeah, that one can count. So you don't take your 2 damage yet.
Whew.
So you got lucky there. He's grabbed you by the back of your shirt, and you're just dangling on your toes right now. That's both of you. Williams, you're going to make it to the top. The vault door is open. As you step out, there are a number of guards there. All have their weapons drawn. What do you say and or do?
Big seaweed thing behind me. Anyway, bye. And I just run right through him.
You just keep running.
Yeah.
They do not shoot you.
I am with her, and I will keep running as well.
You come up, you see this, you go, and you just run with her. They let you go through. Both of you will be able to make it out of the ballroom, but you are going to be detained by Victor Haynes. Victor Haynes, the moment you step out of the ballroom.
Well,
he's
he's
be
gonna
there for
try
both
to
of you.
attain. He's gonna try to detain me.
This is true. It'll be a build versus his build. So let me
Oh,
roll
boy.
my d10.
I will again, as I scream and attempt to taser.
Oh, shit. Okay, go ahead. You can taser me first. Oof.
You're gonna roll your favorite number, 8 or 9.
You do have
I'm
prop,
so-
but that's still not enough.
Correct.
I'm gonna try to help.
+1, that's a +4. Your build is a 3?
Oh no.
It is a 3.
Ah, unfortunate. Came so close.
For who?
Okay, well, it's okay. I'm trying to fight him, I guess, with my terrible, terrible strength.
Have you used your... You did use your auto success. You still have advantages, though.
Yeah. I think I have 5 auto
You have-
success.
you have-
It's crazy.
Well, you had 1 auto success. I think you had 5 advantage. Let me look at the thing again.
Yeah.
5
I know
auto
you had 5
successes,
advantage.
5
Oh,
auto failures.
She has 5. Oh, you have auto failures that we can use. Oh,
Yeah, you can
Nice.
use that too if you want. It's up to you. But it's not all good for me.
Right. So you're going to use the automatic success as he struggles against you. And
Mhm.
you just slip right through his fingers. He looks completely confused. And then here comes Laroque with the taser, which he struggles against and just barely misses him.
I just keep
Now
running.
the two of you are in a tussle as she runs past you. And then we cut back to Graves, who is hanging by his toes over the edge with Norris holding him. You're going to pull him back up, and now the two of you are still facing down the beast.
I'm going to pull out the gun and start firing, and I'm going to use Prop Master with that one.
You will also hear a number of shots from up above. That is a success. You pull out the gun and just start shooting.
I unload.
Not even aiming really, as you just start blasting into the creature right in front of you. Go ahead and give me a D10. Nice, a 7. That actually is enough to take down that portion. You will see as you blast into it, the creature seems to shudder and then begin to dissipate as it slimes all over the ground around you. There's a lot of gunfire coming up from above you now.
I mean, I don't want to stay down here, so we keep going.
Okay, you guys run and you follow behind him, Norris.
Yep.
The two of you will make it to the top of the vault. You will see in the ballroom is only a handful of guards left. Most of them are strewn along the ballroom as gunfire just pierces through the major half of this thing. It seems completely unaffected. You do not initially see Williams or LaRoe, but you can assume they've fled.
Oh, yeah.
Do you follow suit?
Yo, fuck yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, the two of you will rush through the ballroom, not even saying anything. Violet, you will have. Are you leaving the building?
Oh yeah.
Okay, you would have easily been able to make it to the front entrance from the ballroom and just rush out onto the lawn. There is nobody out here currently.
Do I see like?
Look,
Is there like a vehicle or something around?
there would be somewhere, yeah.
I'm gonna try
Are you
to.
gonna go search for one?
Yeah.
Brains or fame?
Let's do fame.
They're too famous to die. Look at that, a natural failure. You're just famous enough
still
to
have
die.
3 auto successes, by the way.
I do. You know what? We're gonna do an advantage instead. Because if I'm destined to. Ah,
Nice.
I'm destined to. So I fail.
Yeah, my monitor. Or the sheet messed up. You have a 6. That's right.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So, as you glance around, you're sure there is a vehicle here somewhere, so you rush over to what was probably the garage. And as you get over to it, there's nothing inside. But this time, LaRoe, you are in a tussle with Victor, who you've tried to taser. He's struggling against you and saying, "Do you know what you've done?" As he's trying to pin you to the ground.
I have. And I don't know. I just keep screaming as I'm trying to taser.
Alright, go ahead and try and taser me again.
Jesus, dude. You love that 8.
Consistency.
Refresh your browser.
It will be his turn to take an action as you do so. You'll miss the taser. He'll grab you by the arm, and you'll see he brings up one hand and does some sort of symbol with it. Like some sort of quick hand motion, like he's signing at you. And he mutters something under his breath. You cannot see. You just black.
Horrifying.
Indeed. So that's what's going on with you, is you just miss the taser, you see him momentarily, and then all vision is gone, and you can hear him struggling with you, feel him still struggling with you. He's going to have some points when he tries to take you down next. But as this is going on, both Norris and Graves exit the ballroom, and you can see Pierre locked in this struggle with Victor. And you can also see, not far behind him, what looks to be like Evelyn Mercer rushing out of a door. She's got some massive candlestick in her hand.
I don't care about her. I care about LaRock getting tackled to the ground. So I go to do the same thing to him and knock him to the ground.
Okay, so you rush forward and try to tackle down Victor. Go ahead and give me a build.
I will assist with that.
You also rush forward to do so, which will give him a +1.
How about I do the assistance on that one?
There you go. Now you're learning. Norris comes in to tackle him down with his bigger build.
So that's a +1, if you will.
Yep, you have
a
a
-1
with a +1. No. You don't worry about that. The bonus is to the modifier itself, like the number. I guess that works. It's fine. Same thing. You pass. And then, yes. So both of you are gonna rush forward. You're gonna struggle with Victor. He's gonna have just finished essentially casting his spell when Norris is gonna pin him against the wall, and he's gonna let go of you momentarily. Pierre, you're still completely blind, but nobody's touching you right now. You hear a lot of commotion around you.
Right, I cannot see you. He has done something to my eyes.
I don't hear anything talking about his eyes, but as soon as I see that Norris has him pinned, I grab LaRock since he says he can't see, and we're going to get the fuck out of there.
All right. You have grabbed Pierre. You hear Graves' gravelly voice, and then the two of you rush down the hall together. Norris, you're still struggling with Victor as he turns to leave, or as the two of them flee. Evelyn is closing in on you. How are you going to get out of this?
I am going to knee Victor in the nuts and
Okay.
take off.
Go ahead and give me a build as you try to disengage by kneeing him.
Oh.
This is unfortunate. He was prepared for the action as he blocks your knee and then instead grabs you by the face and headbutts you as hard as he can. I need to not be clicked on you. So I do succeed. And as he slams into you, you swear you were hit by something much harder than just him headbutting you. But you take 3 points of damage. Are you still standing?
Yes, I am down to a 4.
Tracking that.
Because it was build plus fame, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
As he headbutts you, he throws you to the ground and he says, "There's no time for this! Get out of the way!" And he tries to rush past you. If you do not stop him, he will rush past you, get in towards the ballroom. You'll be able to slowly stagger to your feet as Evelyn rushes by as well and enters the ballroom. You will see, in your bit of a daze for a moment, Pierre and Graves rushing through the doorway. Williams, you've been outside. You've searched the garage. You've looked all over the yard. There's no vehicle here anywhere. You actually see tracks as though somebody might have just left.
Now, I'm gonna just leave too. I guess we're going on foot.
All right, so you start sprinting to the pathway, exiting the estate. The moment you pass the grounds, everything feels wrong. There is now a deep and heavy fog. Lights are floating through the air like wisps. It's not right. I need a brains or a fame to try to find your way.
No. Let's roll a fame. Hey.
Very nice. So despite the confusing and disorienting woods before you, you rush forward and emerge from the brush onto the path that you had found to get here. You start rushing back towards the boat. The other three of you have now exited the building. You do not see Williams. You do not see anybody in the yard. You know that you have to get to the boat side to the south.
Yeah, that's where I would, that's probably what we would have been, I would have told the team anyway if we all got separated and shit hit the fan. That's where we would be going, so that's where I would go.
Understood. As all of you have exited the estate and managed to escape over the walls, you will also enter the disorientating woods. One of the three of you needs to give me the brains to get to where you need to go.
I will roll the brains.
Understood.
Thank God.
I
Very
am just
nice.
I am just the brawn.
Well, considering one of them is blind, so
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would not have been useful. If you would have said Pierre was doing it, I would have said auto fail.
and we're also back in a scene with no vision.
What? I literally just checked this.
Literally.
Literally. There we go. Act 3. The finale. Bobbin Reservoir.
Fiend.
Mercy.
Merci.
Mercy.
Mercy for our blind Frenchman.
You guys will emerge from the wood line. The three of you see William standing at the edge of the shore. The boat is not there.
Where the fuck is Vinny at?
You hear the squelching of the creature in the distance. You hear the gunshots. You've heard screams. And the rain is just picking up.
We don't see anything at all.
There is no sign of Vincent.
That motherfucker.
You are now actually able to hear the crackling of St. Cloud over your communications as he screams, "Please, anybody!
Cloud, are you there?
Is someone there?"
Cloud.
He comes back over. "Oh, I thought you had all died. What happened?"
A lot of shit happened, but we're at the extraction point. There's no fucking boat here.
Yeah.
Vincent left hours ago.
What do you mean
Well-
hours ago?
Tell him to get him back.
We haven't been gone that long.
There's silence, and he says, "This is our second time coming to the island. It's been days."
What the fuck do you mean?
I heard Williams. And then he kind of goes silent for a moment. He's just saying, "It doesn't matter. We're coming."
Well, hurry the fuck up, otherwise we're gonna get fucking murdered out here.
There is a static that you hear crackle over your comms once more. And then you hear the same compressing, squelching sound.
I know there's no bullets left in the gun because I emptied it into the creature, but I am holding that thing like I am ready to fire it just in case.
Understood. How is everybody else reacting?
I'm just kind of looking around. Granted, I cannot see anything, but I am still looking around, trying to figure out where the noise is coming from.
I am going to try and grab a stick.
Violet is looking at the water and just like judging her swimming ability.
This makes sense. As the tension echoes over the area, you guys peering from the woods to the water, from the woods to the water, for any sign of the creature, for any sign of Vincent. The moments tick by, and then from the tree line bursts 4 of the creature.
Motherfucker.
They converge very quickly towards you as they slime and ooze over everything, growing larger and larger.
All right, Violet's in the water. But
Give me a build as you jump in, or a fame.
I'm probably going to end up doing the same thing.
Understood.
I drown.
gonna burn. Same.
Well, if
I was
everybody's
gonna say,
just
what's your build?
scrapping,
That makes sense. Did you use
scrapping
fame
into
or
the water.
build?
I use fame
I figured. All
because
right, so Graves
I don't want to use
will
my build for anything.
jump in the water after Williams and begin swimming out towards the shoreline. Williams will also begin swimming towards the shoreline. Norris is also doing it.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
fucking LaRock's blind.
And poor LaRock, everybody has left you standing at the edge of the shore, unable to see, no idea what's happening. You hear splashing, squelching. You no longer hear your friends around you. And then there's just pain and nothing.
It makes sense. That is one more scream.
There is one final scream, but it is a murmur in the tides below. As the camera pans away, watching the beast slowly ooze into the water around the island, and it begins to fade, we cut to the credits. As the title screen comes back once more, all the noises slowly come to an end.
Dun dun
The credits
dun.
go by, and then we see Violet Williams 1 year later. What's she doing?
So, and it pans and it's a boardroom. As I was saying, you can see that we really are projected to just grow and
And as you're
excuse me,
saying that,
exponentially.
yep, as
No,
you're
I'm
saying
fine.
that, you look out the window, keep catching yourself confused for a moment. You see Graves standing outside the window. You're like 47 floors in the up in the sky. There's no way he's standing there.
I'm sorry. Where was I?
You look down, you only see Mr. Rowe's face amongst all of the people. You've never met Mr. Rowe. These are not the people who were sitting here before. All of their eyes begin to bulge slightly. And we cut back to her, crouched in a padded room. Where's Norris? 1 year later.
Working for a mysterious organization dealing with supernatural threats.
So you were recruited?
Yes.
That's a safe ending. Nice job. Don't worry, Williams will get recruited again. And then we cut out. We never find out what happened to St. Cloud, and we never see Vincent Vinny Vincent again. And that is the end of the Pearl.
Dun dun dun.
Or is it?
Exactly. You guys did not stop the monster, so you do have to live with the fact that it definitely is out in the world.
I don't have to live with it, besides being its avatar.
I definitely don't have to live with it.
This is awesome.
So it was less of a pearl and more of an egg, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it was a prison.
Oh.
So if you had gotten to discover any of the documents in the other rooms
That we couldn't fucking read.
and the ones down there would have give you a lot of information as well, because that was them observing the effects of the creature in the pearl on people and what it turns them into.
Oh, well, egg, prison, same thing. What is a prison if not, what is an egg if not a prison for a chick? Huh?
Right. But that is the end of the pearl. I don't know how you want to end your stream yet before we go into some good bad, or if you want to do that on stream or after.
We can do it after stream. I can wrap up here in a little bit. Thank you guys for coming out to watch. Thank you the people who donated. I'm actually going to cut away from you guys for a second and just have it on me.
Go ahead.
Again, thank you guys who came out to watch this adventure with us tonight. I appreciate all of that. Appreciate the donations. Again, all of that does go to our local Extra Life Children's Miracle Network Hospital. We're playing games, helping kids, giving back, giving on, gaming on. If you are so inclined, we have a website, potatoplacegaming.com. There you can get to our latest streams. You can get to our YouTube archive. You can get to our Extra Life page. We also have a merch page. We just put up some merchandise for our persistent stream, the Chains of Perdition. You can get a character portrait. Yes, a merch plug. You can get all of our characters as a poster with the Chains of Perdition logo there. You can also get a Chains of Perdition t-shirt. There's some other merch there. 10% of everything that we make on the merch store also goes back into our Extra Life campaign. So not only are you supporting the channel, you're supporting Extra Life with it as well. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free Twitch Prime subscription each and every month. It'd be great if you use it with us. Give us that Bezos money, because he doesn't need it. We will come back to everybody else here in a little bit. So you guys are all back. Again, thank you guys for playing in the Singularity today. Thank you, Cranky, for running it. It's a very fun system. And I can only imagine it getting better as the more we play it and the more we polish it up.
I agree. There is definitely a lot more in store for this system, and all of these modules to come with them will be available soon. We're going to do a lot of publishing this year.
Fun. And maybe one day when this becomes a worldwide phenomenon, you can be like, we watched you guys play it first at Potato Place Gaming.
Yeah, we had the cursed start. It was great.
Right? Yeah. We can go in, if you want it to be streamed, we can go in the good bad. If not, I can go to our ending screen.
I'd say you probably want to go ahead and end it. Nobody needs to listen to our feedback.
Okay. Again, thank you guys. Next week we have Nikki at Night on Tuesday. No, we have we have the multiplayer one for John with John on Tuesday. John is
Mischief
going
Makers?
Mischief Makers, that's what it's called. Hawkman knows. He watches a lot.
Yeah, he's an avid fan.
He's been in a lot of our streams. Next Thursday.
Number one fan.
You damn close. Next Thursday, John has going solo. I think he's finishing up Final Fantasy 16. There is a potential next Friday for another Singularity because our persistent campaign is on a little bit of a pause. So keep an eye out on our socials for all of that. And we'll catch you guys next time. Peace.
Bye.
Bye.